Okay, let me test my microphone because it hasn't been working the last couple of times and I don't know why. Alright, so it's working now. I don't know what it is. So basically what I was trying to do and what I was explaining in the last session, which now you wouldn't be able to hear, is the fact that, okay, I'm trying to bring back my Permadeath variant gauntlet from chess.com, which is a series I had done a while ago, and I never finished it because there's such a ridiculous number of variants on chess.com. And so, I mean, it's a good problem to have. I like the fact that there are so many, but it's a situation where I didn't get through all of them, so we could continue that, right? And that's the main series that I would do on chess.com. And part of the reason why I'm even doing this is because there aren't any very good. I was trying to do like permadeath mobile chess games in general, right? Like anything on mobile, but there aren't very many good chess games on mobile or very active ones. So you're kind of forced to then end up using the sites anyway, like LeChess or chess.com, right? You end up being kind of forced to do that because there's nothing else good or active on mobile. And so one problem I just encountered is that you can't actually do variants on the app, which is very, very annoying. So the chess.com app doesn't let you do variants, which is one of the best features of the site, maybe the best feature of the site that I have so many variants. And so you can't do it on the app, which is kind of BS. So I'll have to do it in the web browser. And you also can't do it on the square off board, right? Not the square off, the chess up board, right? You can't do variants on there either. So that's a big missed opportunity. So we logged into here now. And so now let's try to find out what variant we did last. If we can see, I forget even how you get there from here. Um, yeah, that's sort of almost an underrated thing at times where, here we go, four player invariants. They would either hide it away or even someone like me who was a fan of them was, was like, I didn't know how many there were. So it's going to be impossible for me to even keep track of like, is it going to show me in my history of what I've done? Because 2 weeks is got to be all time. And it's like, there's so many, you wouldn't even be able to figure this shit out. The 1 minute bullet in 960 would have just been against a friend or something, because I don't think that's. First of all, I do them all in like 10 minutes if I can. Because King Safety 9 plus 11. How far back would this go? Would it show every single thing that I did in the entire 15 episodes of that series? So that was one of my. Oh wow, this would be awesome. That was one of my best streaks was black letter chess, which I forget even what that is now. Just kind of like a little different setup at the beginning and stuff. I do like that it preserves all this, but so Chaturanga, one of my old school favorites. Look how long this went on for. That's crazy. Or wait, how could I have done it that many times? Some of this must not even be right. How could I have played Chaturanga that many times? Was I really going on that good of a streak? Because I couldn't have lost. I couldn't have lost a single game, right? Otherwise, then that's the whole point of the format. So I lost there. So how did I play more? How? I lost. I lost. But how? Did I cheat? Like I didn't, or were these like different? I don't know how I did that. Or some of these might have been like against we had done this one, the 9 plus 11 king safety, which you might think, okay, I'm going in some alphabetical order, but the thing is that, how do I even find the right one? Um, I was kind of doing this where I would put in the letter and then look through. So, like wherever we get the 9 plus 11 king safety, then we'll keep going from on there, I guess. It'd be very hard to figure out, honestly, what we haven't done, though, the way they organize this. Like maybe I should just be allowed to restart, but king safety, this is kind of what it was, I guess. 9 plus 11. But there's just so fucking many. And a lot of the time, the problem could be that you don't even have you won't be able to find anybody to actually do it with. Right, and so it allows you to, let me double check this again. Okay, so that is working now, so let me just try to figure this out. We could like go to the archive and like where is the 9 plus 11 king safety? I don't get it. This must be the one, right? It doesn't say 9 plus 11, but king safety. I think I'd have to search and see what happens with that. Um, patterns, rings. That's insane. It's so hard to keep track even of what ones I've done and what I haven't. I'd have to like go to the archive and search. Okay, fine. I'll do it like this then. You have, like, okay, four-player chess. I'm sure we did, but is it really what I would have to do? There should be some better way of organizing this, but right, 1-7 free for all. What does this mean? This is so annoying, man. 1-7, but I know must have done that too. Four-player chess. Right, like spell chess we've done a couple times, fog of war. Let's see how accurate this is. Right, because I know we've done this. I know we've done a lot of these. Okay, see fog of war, and we go by whatever streak. Again, I guess I just wasn't following the format or something. Or maybe these are from before when I wasn't even doing that, but it seems like I was doing it. Or again, some of these might be against viewers or something, so they don't count towards that, but they still do count towards the rating, I guess. I don't get it. I must not have been very good about keeping track of this. You have, again, spell chess, I'm sure I did. I'm actually gonna do it like this because I don't know what I've done and what I haven't. We did Checky spell chess, we did spell chess, we did fog of war, we definitely did atomic. There's no other way to do this because they're organized in such a weird way. Atomic, Checky, atomic, although the speed of that makes it seem like I wasn't doing it for real. Right, because maybe I started off doing them like that early on, but I was trying to do 10-minute stuff. Checky, four-piece giveaway. So, like, does that mean I haven't done this one? Apparently not. Like, I don't understand that. Be the first team to lose all your pieces. Or the way it's written, I guess, is, I don't know. Let me see. Checky, four-piece. Some of these you can't even control whether you're going to find a match or not. That could be the reason why, like, oh, I haven't done it, even though I would have seen it here. So maybe those kind I'm not going to worry about. So we saw that Checky giveaway, I'm pretty sure, and then I mean, this is just the ultimate. I shouldn't have even have bothered with doing this. You can't use it in the app. It's impossible to keep track. Although this is somewhat my fault, maybe the fact that I didn't keep the format going. But holy shit, man! Checky giveaway, Checky atomic, Checky spell chest. Okay, Checky giveaway, Checky setup chest. Where was it? Okay, giveaway, just straight up. I'm getting triggered before we even get into the game. Like it just, I'm trying to bring back a really cool, fun format. I'm trying to get immersed into it, and it's just totally fucked up, man. The giveaway we did on faster speed, but I'll still count those because I guess I just wasn't doing it too judiciously at the beginning. Blindfold, obviously, petrified. There are still quite a few we wouldn't have done, but I just can't figure out how to narrow them out. The blindfold we did, I thought I went on a decent streak in blindfold too, but I guess I don't know why. Oh, it must have been Fog of War actually that I'm thinking of. Petrified, capture anything. Yeah, we did petrified, capture, as if I have to do this, man. It should just show you right next to them whether you've done it or not. Torpedo, sideways pawns. Oh my God. It spells it right and then it wants you to correct it into the thing you just misspelled. Torpedo, there's the sideways pawns. Okay. Fatal giveaway, crazy house. Isn't this so fun and exciting? Almost as fun as actually test itself. Fatal something, I already forgot what the fuck it was. Fatal giveaway, crazy house, duck chest, obviously everybody's favorite. Or it's sometimes called something else. Like a stone instead of a crazy cavalier, crazy house. Um, elimination, opposite side castling. I mean, this is to appreciate, I guess, how much we did with this. Yes, lemon, lemon. That's the variant we want. Lemon chess. Okay. Opposite castling, setup chess. This is a good memory test, I guess, right? A true chess player would be able to remember all this. And if I was actually good, I would have. Okay, setup, no castling. Holy shit, man. Or is this gonna effectively show? I don't know what that shows actually. Okay, no castling, setup chess, horde. That's almost my dream come true in a way because I sometimes hate the idea of castling, but we didn't do horde apparently, or it just isn't keeping track of it accurately somehow. Which I'm pretty positive I remember doing it, but okay. No castling and horde. That is actually the first one that is not showing out. So I'll take his word for it, even though I distinctly remember doing it. Let's just do this one and this one only because I'm already. Oh, one thing we can do on here that you can't do on the app either. Obviously, you can't play variants on the app. You can't play variants on this chess hub board. So it's a big missed opportunity for the best feature of the site. I have to literally do it in a web browser. But beyond that, you can't do the app. You can't do the mobile app in landscape horizontal mode like what we see here either. White has a horde of pawns and wins by checkmating black. Black wins by taking all of the pawns and promoted pieces. Or it messes up the visual of it so much there anyway. Customize would be the 10-minute thing versus random. And then sometimes, again, you struggle to actually find anybody in there. And the reason why is because, well, I guess it wasn't an issue there. Okay, I'll just do it on portrait mode. It's not working. Um, and I can't seem to get it to move, so I don't know what's happening. So the important thing that you have to do here is you have to make sure that you I can't remember exactly. Like you don't want to let them get behind you too much, right? And so you don't want them to get behind your shit. And the reason why is because then they can just eat everything up from the back. So you have to kind of be disciplined here, and yeah, giving up stuff like that is just not acceptable. But the queen can only do so much, so it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's exactly the thing. You know what, man? I'm already getting triggered, and okay, all right. This will be a good way to demonstrate what permanent means. So then when you lose this, we can't do it again. And I guess the rating might indicate that too, that I haven't done it. Because whether I won or lost, I wouldn't be exactly 1500. Oh my god. Oh wait, you can do the double push to the pawn too, which I never even thought about. See, once you get them in here, there's nothing you can do. Like now I'm screwed. I just botched it. This is like very theory heavy. You just have to do the opening the right way, and it allows you to, I don't know. That's the number one thing you cannot allow them to do, which is to simply bully you around with respect to the getting behind you. Man, getting behind you. Yeah, it's a multi-million dollar company, and they cannot get this shit to work on a fucking app. I have to do it in this shitty resolution. Like, you would think, oh, of all the things you could do on mobile, of course, chess should be the easiest and most productive one, but like it shouldn't feel like you're making a concession because it's only chess. So it doesn't require like a high-end system or complex controls or anything, but yet somehow it still fucks it up. Okay. Yeah, this is a series and a format I could do on here. There's a few issues with it because even though I was celebrating the landscape mode, this is what it looks like when you try to use it, and so it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But okay, so even though you can go in landscape mode, it just doesn't work. So this looks okay, I guess. Not even trying to BM, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with the visuals of it. It really just makes you wonder why you would even bother doing shit on mobile, but I've been trying to give it a chance just to try it. And for a lot of things, it shouldn't even hurt the experience. Yeah, it's like I like to give them the right opportunity to actually get a win. Like I don't want to just quit. Or could you even be allowed to get a stalemate here? Because oh my god, it maybe is possible actually. Oh yeah, well accept my defeat there, and frankly, it doesn't even bother me. It's just a situation where I would like to. Okay, let me go back to the thing here. Yeah, that's basically what we'd have to do, and so we'll spend more time hunting through and seeing which ones we haven't done than actually playing the game. But it's okay because you get to. Holy, yeah, it's advertising the app, but oh, I can't use the app because I'm trying to do variants. Like, what the fuck? But no, I do like that it always keeps track of your history and everything. Like, let me try. Let me try maybe one more thing just to find out what the next one would be. Yeah, it makes it so unnecessarily difficult to do this. So horde doubles bug house. Like I'm remembering that I've done some of these, but then if it doesn't show up, right, I don't understand how. Like I'm pretty positive I did this. Like how? How have I not done any form of bug house? This is the one that apparently Ding Liren likes a lot. He would always say that's what he would do in his free time or something. I forget what it even is. Place your teammates' captured pieces to win. Okay. Random. This might require too many people. Even though I said that the last time that it can be hard to find a match sometimes, it's that one was pretty quick. But yeah, it's like my name is a total lie to Chaturanga only, except I'm not, and it's even misspelled. But because I think the correct spelling Chaturanga only was taken. But no, it's like I'm not doing Chaturanga only, right? Despite that name, so it's false advertising. The same way that my channel name is like that because one quiet gamer, even though I'm not quiet at all anymore, like that just used to be my thing. So some of these I might not have done, but I can't necessarily even do them. So it's a situation where I transfer checkers we just saw, but I just want to double check. In a way, it doesn't matter. Like I should just do whatever, but I was trying to. The whole point was I was trying to continue the format. Cornered. I don't remember doing that. No, I prefer cornered from Ace Attorney myself. We got to play that fucking shit in the background as we're doing this, which I sometimes would do while playing chess because Phoenix Wright music is very fitting. The 10-minute game, go here. And the whole fun with a lot of these is like, okay, the first game is just a feeling out thing where you're trying it for the first time and you don't even know what you're doing and you're trying to learn it, right? Learn how this particular variant even works and survive it. And then if you get on a good streak, now you can get familiar and get in a rhythm and all that. And so it's a situation where I custom position, stalemate a player loses bare piece rule, which obviously if you run out of pieces, uh, so this is the whole issue of again the fact that maybe there's nobody to actually play against, and the reason why is because again the variants aren't super active, right? 1,100 players, but it's more like no matter what you choose, somebody will just join it because it's the only thing going on, right? Like they just want to do something. Let's give this one a try. This isn't a four-player one, I don't think. Those are the ones that I can understand would be difficult. Oh, here we go. I don't know what actually is even going on. That's the thing. They're moving the king onto the board, but this is like the dummy king that doesn't even count, I guess. So what does that mean? Or that's his real king, so right, the one with the icon is the one that you actually want to kill. So what is even happening? Like what if I attack his king with my king? So it shouldn't matter. No, but he could just take it. Yeah, yeah. Why? Now at least this king will be protected. This makes no sense though because this isn't the important king that I have to do. So now it's covered by the knight. And now you can't do it. It's a little confusing, like I must admit, but the knights seem to play really well around the edge of the board this way, so it allows you to. Right, like what is it exactly that you're supposed to do? I don't even understand. You're getting forked there, but I don't even care. And then if you take the king, what does it do? It's not the real king, so what's the point of it? Or you promote, and I can't take that one, I can take it here. I'm also threatening whatever this thing is. Apparently I can't take. That's a fork, but what is that piece? And then why couldn't I just take it? What? That piece is just immune, I guess. And then I don't understand the logistics of how you even get in here to do this. Right, like what is the win condition here? It's so unclear that you have like, okay, go here and then what? So you have the one knight sitting there, he just seems to blunder that away, or I don't know how that one piece works, I'll be honest with you. I have no idea how it works. The whatever that thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know what that is. I don't know how it moves. I have no clue. So he can take it like how does this even make sense? I don't get it. He probably should just do that now, although we're both down to basically nothing. He has like maybe one more piece. Um, we took out all of this, so now we have the one king. Okay, all right, nice game. Nice game. King of the hill. Okay, I lost. Very, very confusing, but again, that's how sometimes these variants are at the beginning. Like, the hardest part is just figuring out what you're even trying to do right in your first game, and it's like you could have, maybe I've never played that one before ever in my life, and I'm too lazy to read the rules or whatever. Even so, again, your first game you're just trying to survive, just so you can not be knocked out from the permanent condition, and then you try to get on a streak and try to really get a rhythm. It's kind of what I say with my other permanent gauntlets, like, oh, you're playing Overwatch and you play as each hero until you lose a game, and then you can't play them anymore. So, like the first game, you just want to get carried by your team and you want to get a nice, easy win just so you can get a hang of the character and just try them out. And then you can try to get better as you go. Or even like NBA 2K, like, oh, you're playing as a certain team. You just want to get an easy win, get in a rhythm, and go from there. Okay, so today I'm going to be doing another iPhone mobile stream, and this will be a bit of a finale, like what I did yesterday for the 2K26 series, a little permanent game on Gauntlet. Like basically, it's not so much a hard finale like for the whole year of playing it, but basically just an intermission. So now I'll be doing other things, kind of like segueing the PC and stuff, which I haven't used or streamed from in a while. I've either been doing these mobile streams like while driving on here, which those I might still do. Or I've been doing the console stuff with mostly just 2K26, or
even getting on here. So like it culminated in me getting a controller for the phone to try to play some of these games on it. So this will be some grand finale epic episode. And so what I'll do is I'll kind of alternate, and I started off on a bad foot with this because I'll kind of alternate between when I'm charging it, like right now, I'm not using the controller. So I'll charge it until the battery's full and do something that I don't need a controller for until then. And then when it is fully charged, then I'll switch and use the controller and do things like not really that they require it, but that would be preferable with that. And so what happens is it shows you how janky or difficult the setup kind of is with mobile, though, in the sense that okay, if I'm using the controller, then I can't charge it. If I have a Bluetooth headphone, right? Like there's so many different components to it that we have to consider. So yeah, like we tried a ton of things where we were doing like the Ace Racer the last time, which seemed to have pretty good production value. Um, but yeah, there was like no rhyme or reason to what we were doing with these. So I almost want to just do it like, okay, we'll go through each one till I die, right? Or if it's a multiplayer thing, each one till I lose a game. And so again, the series that I'll still preserve on doing this though is again just chatting stuff while driving, like the absolute viscosity series that I've been doing. That's okay to do, and even maybe doing like chess or something like that. Right, the chess variants on here could be fun to do. Like I was trying to do that with my last time I was trying to introduce that, but it was kind of bugging out or something. So those kind of things I can still do, but as far as like the actual using the controller and doing that, this is meant to be sort of a finale for that, even though I barely started doing it. But yeah, let's try to kind of decide what I want to do. There are some of these iconic games on here that, very well known that maybe I should prioritize those, but it's like I don't want to do some of these that are going to be, well, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you can do it either until we die or until something interesting happens, like the Permadeath, but like, you do it either until we die or just until we get bored or something like that. So City of Asheville and Day One, this is like a text choose your own adventure type experience. And of course, one of the difficulties of streaming on these is because like you want to go to landscape mode, so it looks more like a full screen experience, but it's not. Like the Dancing Dragon, you can go to like the inn and get a quest or something. Various assortments. See, I'd be kind of lazy and just explore without. The prize available goes 400. Um, yeah, this is Permadeath, even it's sort of built in Permadeath, I guess, within the game, but even if it wasn't. Various assortment general store by yourself and some of the items. Okay. There's a few healing items. What is it showing me out there? I don't even know. Stoma is, I don't even know that. Why don't we get like a really good weapon or something that lasts us here? That's one damage, 3% crit. Show go to weapon used for cutting and sawing with the target. Only one damage though? That seems kind of shitty. Like, what is my current thing? I don't even know. Character review, character type. I almost feel like I did a run of this and maybe died super quickly, which would kind of break the whole thing out of what I'm trying to do, right? 3 to 5 damage. That doesn't even seem worth it, right? But I feel like I should spend that 400 before I go because then who knows what's gonna happen. So, you know what? I get it, but it seems to fly in the face of, oh, there's a limited number of each item too. There's 88 gold left. It's worth 2 sanity. I don't know exactly how that mechanism will work, and I'm too lazy to read it, but whatever, just let's just explore. Roll not screen. Tap on the dungeon to select it. Once selected, enter dungeon button to explore. Only something the rotor is accessible for now. Other than the key masters from other dungeons, okay? I mean, at least it shows you that, right? Dungeon level reach, run enemies. Complex, a complex of caves and tunnels stretching around the shore of the northern basin. This is a dungeon tile. To move on a tile, tap adjacent to your current position. You can move horizontally or vertically one tile at a time. Content of the tile is hidden until you explore it. Each time can be occupied by enemies to overcome. events that trigger with or events to interact with to play carefully, plan your movement and try to avoid backtracking to already stored tiles. Those can trigger an ambush. Your goal is to find the exit which will take you right to the city, but also trigger a criminal step. Skip tutorial not recommended. Yeah, I don't get it. It sometimes highlights a part of the screen that you can barely even see. This is your health bar. If your health box is zero, you know what I have is like some little weird specks on my screen that I don't know if it's like damage or it seems almost like I maybe should have had a case for it or something like that. Whatever, but yeah, we'll do these. It doesn't mean that we have to do one of them the whole time, but there are some that I'm a saving, right? Like, oh, it'll be Subway Surfers, like I've never played that, and it's kind of a big deal. But like, you're almost saving it, but this is the time to do it, I guess. This is your health bar. If your health bar is zero, you're losing your ability to respawn, but I won't respawn. This is permanent. Of course, we can't escape the chest imagery anyway. This is your summary bar with dark twisted in mind. The dark twisted mind and give return to dark aspects of your psyche as the summary level goes down. You can only have the manifestations throughout the dungeon. If your summary reaches zero, you'll lose the respawn city. So basically, same thing down. This is your experience bar. Okay. Your inventory. Like, this game seems interesting, but it's a lot to take on. So the supplies you have. Like, if the amount drops to zero, you will gradually lose health and soul. Dungeon is scrollable. The quest begins. In the 7th century past, when the old empire was at the height of its power, Sunken Grotto was part of Ashland proper. It served as a complex of harbors and warehouses for goods trade across the northern basin. Today, however, it is just a vast stretch of underground caves. There are damp, unpleasant, crawling with undead and bandits who use it as staging grounds for harassing the city. If the city's hostile advisors are to be trusted, you will find two of your targets here. The so-called Prince of Thieves, surrounded with an army of miscreants and marauders, should be your first concern. After he's dealt with, there is the Baron of Bones, and whose names are pretty sick. This undead menace is rumored to provide some of the lower levels of the grotto and chamber made from bones of its enemies. Like, do they have some sort of weird alliance with each other, or they just both happen to be powerful? Okay, so that's obviously where the pawn. Enemies are represented by the portraits. Defeat them and golden experience points. Tap on the portrait to see the signs of the enemy you've defeated in the past. To cast a spell on that enemy, first select the spell and perform the attack on that time zone. Alternatively, long press the icon to drag it into the desired time zone. Okay, I think we get a sound, right? Got boost, defend, retreat. I mean, I don't mind reading to some extent, but I mean, I think it's maybe overdoing it a little bit. His attacks are half your side in the direction of the enemy to perform a basic attack. Players only to attack two adjacent enemies so who should I get rid of first? Like the wizard? Wait, but three of them is going to be too much personality. Why do we get to do that multiple times? This seems actually really unfair because we should be allowed to just leave like we're fighting three things at once in our first battle. Like, we're kind of kidding that. And we gotta get rid of one of them, then attack the person, I guess. Or that does get a good amount, so I can probably count this for that. But let's see me like twice in a row, I guess. We'll get rid of the mage first. It doesn't give you a ton of good feedback on exactly what they're doing though, like what kind of attack they're doing, what kind of damage it is there some kind of nuance to that? You're right, that would allow you to mitigate it or something. I'm not really seeing that kind of feedback. I could use another potion, or maybe I don't need to because it's, I don't know if after a fight you'll auto heal or what. The enemy is very low. Unless that's a good decision to make. Shredded bomb. Okay. Your health doesn't respawn, so couldn't you just leave then if it's gonna be like that? I mean, this could turn into something really, really crazy. Well, like, this could be insanely difficult to do. Assuming that these squares are the whole dungeon. Like, this is interesting, though. I don't know exactly what to make of it. Like, just go in a straight line. Damn it, you're lava. Okay. That means if we die and our permadeath run, then this guy's gonna steal our shit, basically. He's just gonna be garbage, like a useless dagger anyway. Like what, I'm doing 2 and the weapon needed me plus 1, so I should do 1 otherwise? Like, that's so stupid. Trying to do the wrong thing. I mean, this seems like sort of a good fit for purpose idea from over, but I'm not sure that it really, I don't know. It is interesting. I mean, it's not the kind of game that I play a ton of, but it seems like it would suit my style. 20 HP has 10 supply. It takes away from a chunk of dried meat, shows no signs of corruption, and should be safe to consume. But no, it's a situation where I keep getting distracted. This is the whole hallmark of the mobile experience. I don't have to do everything in order or everything from super bottom at a time. I'm trying to think of like really what are the ones that would make the most sense to do. Or again, the ones with the controller that we're gonna do where we could do some with the controller where we get to do that and sort of the permanent genre, which unfortunately with the controller, a lot of things don't work with it. And it's sort of a little deceptive the way it shows it, like, oh, you could use it without being able to stream it from like your PS5 or something. It's not really on here normally, like a lot of the things on there. So I had to kind of pick out and select and choose for which ones are whatever mobile, actual mobile games. Wait, why is it doing that all of a sudden? Okay, so let's continue this, which seems like a pretty good game, but basically this iPhone whole series has been kind of ridiculous for me, of all people to do, because I would always make fun of mobile games and stuff. So, like, what's my favorite one so far? That Pac-Man one was pretty good. Like Pac-Man Battle Royale or whatever. A lot of these that we have, we never even played all the way. That's really like the distracting Flash game equivalent. Like, you just kind of jump from one to the next, you don't really even do them all. We were doing like the Permanent Tribes of Palatopia. Yeah, let's try to zerg through some of these. Like, I'll do like one little thing in each of them. And if we die, it ends. Otherwise, if we can select, let's do this one dungeon and this one. Right, that'll be all we do. Whether we live or we die. And so the solo having out, if you keep getting healing items from. Oh, that's pretty nice. So try not to go on the same square twice. It's like a chess puzzle. It's like, it might be impossible, really. And this whole part is completely revamped. Why do it look like the Mona Lisa or something like that from this game? I haven't tried using it yet, or it doesn't even show me what it is. Really, just don't have any yet. Right, we would have to go to the Emporium and get something or whatever. Yeah, this driving game is pretty cool. There's something here in the middle. It turns anyway. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. We'll like get every game like just a quick shot, so that we don't do one for too long, even if that could be like the music of this is really good. I especially like the menu music. Insect fossil. Fossils remains inspiring insect. Natural area for commerce. Yeah, what could it be its purpose? Why does it have to have purpose? It's just there. Yeah, I like that as an argument. Like people try to say, I think I'm going to be screwed when it comes to compute you and moving to unexpected times, but if the amount gets to zero, you can recover. Wait, what does that mean though? Drawings of Levi the Mad, the Prince of Thieves. But then it's like, people say like, oh, how could fossils exist? Or it doesn't make sense. Like, how could they be preserved? But like, think about of all the millions of things that were alive, right? Only a very, very small number of them were preserved like that under like perfect conditions with like some water flow and like other, it's a very, very specific circumstance. So I once crashed the Prince of Thieves inaugural party, caused quite a ruckus. I almost got myself beaten, bloody, robbed, and gutted. However, the prince himself turned out to be quite a charming fellow. He offered me my life in exchange for a quarter of the shadowy deviousness. I'm still not sure what's with the mask though. Valerie Rat. I mean, I at least like these one-on-one fights more than that, but we may have to leave because, which I wouldn't consider that a failure state, but it's just like, it's like an adventure quest where like, oh, I'm allowed to run away because sometimes the fights are sort of hard like that. That you can ambush by going back to where you've already been to, which almost does seem like the opposite. If you haven't been there, you might really get ambushed, but what if you have been there? When moving to unexplored tiles, what does that mean? It's not doing it, is it? Mura task servants. This could be bad because I'm gonna have to recruit. Speaking of adventure quests, I can't do anything. Tell me weapon. This would be kill one of them if I'm going to do something, or is there not anything I can do? 270, minus 2 does that, okay, that didn't help. Alright, we're gonna have no choice but to leave, and then we just get out of here. So we didn't die though. No, I really have no choice. So that's kind of fun, because you kind of want to go in more prepared, or you might have to guess, day 2. We try to go in there, we can't do it. Reminds me of my Coliseum Manager series, or Coliseum Champion series from Oblivion, which that one really deserves to have a series done on it again. Like it's hard to explain, like we're Permadeath, and every week in game you have to do the Coliseum event where you fight something that's pretty strong and pretty hard. And like I would spend the whole week in game like trying out supplies to make sure I'm prepared, and since it's Permadeath it's kind of a big deal. And so you would do the dungeons and kind of everything's in the context of like a bigger picture and goal that you're doing. It's like being the Coliseum champion is your job, and everything else is fun or just to achieve that goal like along the way. It's sort of hard to explain, but that was the main function of the character. And again, everything is pointed out. So one of those weeks, one of those encounters might end up deadly. So should I consider that a failure? Like that was a good experience. You should maybe try to do the whole thing now, so I wouldn't mind. But what is my money? Okay, what it looks like? Like wages from city council. I don't wages, but why? Where do I get that? So just the problem is we're not going to be able to improve Grandy. Then Sandy, I don't think Sandy had much of an issue there, but like how am I supposed to do this if I demand next to the general population of the moldy remains? It's like, how am I supposed to do this if there's nothing I can do because new items like I'm not in the mood to do all this. Like that's one thing with mobile games, like the trick to them is don't bombard people with the business model right away, right? Just start with the gameplay, let them get into it, and then go from there. And also don't bombard them with too many mechanics. Sometimes like they want it to be a quick in and out experience, right? Like, oh, the most popular mobile game ever, or like Flappy Bird or something like that probably, because it's just to the point, right? Mobile isn't the place necessarily for anything else like that. So I don't understand really what you can do, because if I don't have healing items, what am I supposed to do? I guess we could just sort of continue and hope we find something there, but basically it's the same thing, but now we have to restart again. That's kind of BS, because I'll never get ahead with the healing. Right? I need like a ton of potions and stock up. We're gonna be stuck in this dungeon all day. I think we're gonna have a hard time dealing with time. Oh my god. We're dealing with 3 of them at once. I don't think I'm gonna be able to even do this. That's crazy. 2 more actions to attempt to retreat, okay. I did it. Wait, 2 actions? What do you mean? Okay, dude. it seemed like we couldn't handle that almost in a way that, like, what am I supposed to do there? I'm kind of maybe rushing a little bit, but even though I'm not the biggest fan of using AI stuff, let's see what this even is. I can't remember it. Or maybe I never even did it. So you want to keep this kind of fast pace, but I don't mind doing one thing for a long time if it demands it. But let's do post-apocalyptic, I guess. We are the survivor, the boy, the bloom, apocalypse augmented. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the bloom would really mean exactly either. Enter your character's name. Or like you could do that, or the lone wanderer from Fallout 3. Right. I love that. And Bethesda games, like your character isn't a name, like a name thing, you have a title. Like you're the lone wanderer, or you're the dragonborn, or something, right? So it keeps it kind of generic. Until Fallout 4, where they make you this clown who actually is. Because, like, yes, you can be evil then, but it doesn't make as much sense because the guy is like, you see him in the beginning and how he is normally, so he has too much of an identity himself. Whereas in Fallout 3 and stuff, it's like, you could be evil and crazy all along, and you never know. Um, like, I'm not gonna read the whole thing. Like, just give me the like choice that I want to make. See what I found? Malik gestures towards the content radio cards. Don't arrest me for the principal. We're past that now. It can't rules of something. Like, I don't know what. Did I do this before? That wasn't AI dungeon, or that was something else. Your body reacts before your body can catch up. You swim forward, hands touching your fist, and drive and intercut her stomach. The air wishes out of him in the ground in someone's mouth. His vat swings wildly, thick wood, missing and tumble by inches as he ducks. The crash goes back gasping. Cutter regains his balance and his brain fits savage. You were better than this, he sneers so hard. His crew moves to flank him, but you don't give him a chance. You feint left, then twist, slamming your elbow into his ribs. Every punch tells you he connects it hard. You run away and plot to kill him in his sleep to make him think he's won this round. I am better than this, you see. You run away and plot to kill him in his sleep. Your feet pound against the crowd asphalt as you put distance between yourself and the crowd. His voice fades behind you, cursing that the sound exists already. Your chest heaves as you duck around the corner of a ramshackle RV and press your bag against his metal side listening. I'm putting my life at risk very quickly, so we have like a high stakes thing. Pounding hard nearly drops out. Minutes pass before you dare to move. You can't say I haven't seared in your mind. Cover screw sets on your running a shed. Puts to the front side, RVs clustered together. Wait until everyone, which probably they won't even do this, so everyone is asleep. Then sneak in to attack him. We're making an enemy of his for no reason. I love it. But you don't need a reason in the apocalypse because whatever little thing you had to gain. Can't fully quiet snores arise from the various trailers, punctuated by the occasional. This is pretty good quality. I like the way it's giving detail. Shifting metal as the desert gusts, wind gusts. You wait till the distant howls of infected have stumbled into a mirror hell before slipping out of the panels. Present RV sits at the front that became dimly lit from within. The table of the jazz lounge outside of flowing fists reading from a bottle. They're laughing at some story, the words too low to hear over the wind. One comes forward, pass out. The other flicks his cigarette butt into the door before falling back with his head tilted to the side. You slip awide, stepping over loose gravel. Sneak through a window of the RV. I don't know exactly how you would picture this, but this is like the stealth mission in GTA 5 where Trevor's sneaking around throwing sticky bombs, but there is no stealth in Canada. Old vinyl sounding fast slightly as you push the window open. Heavier than you expected, you freeze and Trevor's storm continues undisturbed inside. It's the people outside that you got to be worried about with this. The wind flaps the curtains just enough to let you, like, our win condition here is let's kill the guy. We're gonna do it like this, bite size, right? Either we kill him or we die, right? It'll be a little mini thing like that. Your boots boots leave faint dust marks on the floor below you. So yeah, like they're gonna do a police investigation with forensics here. Hunter sleeps on a pull-out bed, his face turned away, a grease-stained sheet covers him, rising and falling with his breathing. His head is turned at an angle, exposed inside of his neck, vulnerable. Half empty whiskey bottle rolls near the edge of the top of the bed. It's almost like it's just time for me to use it. Here's all the sweat cigarettes on the top. Take the bottle and oh, I guess we'd have to use one of the things and break it on his. The problem is the people outside are gonna get it. Break it on his head, then stab his neck with the sharp edge. This is like really dark. Holy shit! I'm being so detailed about it. I mean, this is what we would have to do. Is telling me his neck is vulnerable. Like, what do you want me to do? It's crazy. Flash shines a dark crack. Hunter jerks awake, but he's already bleeding. His eyes snap open as a jagged sharp bites into his neck. He makes a wet choking sound, hands flying up to the wound as blood sprays. Hunter across the sheets. His breath comes in panic. Drag it, holy shit. Now Susie Trasher, you're already twisting the glass beaver, sign to the muscle and artery alike. Blood pools on the mattress beneath him, seeping through the cracks between the sheets. His mouth opens in the soundlessly for a moment for his manages to grow you. Check his pulse, then quickly leave before anyone comes. Or like take his gun or take whatever he has. So mission successful. We started a fight with that guy for no reason. Pulse flutters weakly before stopping. Blood is soaked through the mattress, started dripping on the floor. The guy got started clean. How could they not have heard that? Leaving it where he'll find it if he's wait, what? Leaving it where he'll find it if he survives. What do you mean? The whole I detect his pulse. The window opens with a soft creak, and you ease right through it. Camper remains quiet. What do you mean if he survives? What was the whole point of that if he survives? The camper remains quiet, except just how it infected the other perimeter. The roots punch out on the gravel as you make your way back to the hiding spot behind the RV, and outside haven't moved. One still snores, the other something there. IPT. A dog starts barking from somewhere in the camp. Sneak out further so you are safe. Even like we have to go into the infected area to be, that's what they do in The Last of Us. Like, oh, we go to where the infected are, so the bandits don't come after. So the deep shadow between pillars, barking dogs, trying to carry their mix, keep tapping from near the perimeter, but no one stirs. Wind carries the blood spattered and clothes in time. Sun, so you wipe it, the rest of the handfuls of dirt. A few drops in your fingers, but that will hide most of it. Your boots scuff against a discarded plastic bag, and the sound seems impossibly loud in the night. Hold your breath, waiting, distant rustling, someone just turning in their sleep. Like, we basically have to get out of here safely, I guess, too. That's fine. Okay. Sneak out and be safe. Like, I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to do. Like, we're fully safe, we're going to go to bed or something. Or you would never feel safe, like, sleeping in this kind of world, right? Since the last road trailers into open desert, but is this like in the infected area? Infected, but you're beyond their reach here. A thin line of blood on your palm catches starlight. Evidence of what you've done, you scrub at it with your thumb. Behind you, the search shall begin. Someone's found Cutter, but it doesn't matter. The news will spread quickly, but out here, the dunes and shadows will keep you hidden. Your breath clouds in the cold air as you move away from the road, and the uneven terrain towards the cluster of boulders overlooking the camp. Take a breath of relief. I am safe. Right, and then we'll get torn apart by some zombie infected in the whatever in our sleep. Because I have a 13-inch pass, purchase for a ride, passing figuring they'll search for you soon, but by then you'll be long gone. The wind keeps going smoke from the campfire, blending with the blood dried beneath your nails. Okay, so that we didn't fail, so we could leave that. Album Untold. I don't know how I even chose these. Like anything that just seemed interesting, I would just download. As a demo, so I mean, we can do the demo. Play for free to a certain point in the story. But no, it's like I keep checking if each of these work with the landscape mode, but a lot of them don't. Graphs to share. You have only vague recollections of what happened. The past is unimportant now. Shivering, you watch the bodies floating under the debris. No ships can be seen on the horizon. What is this? Path of Exile, where we stand on the beach? Or like what other games do you do that? I feel like it's pretty common. Nothing with the song gravel, or is that how part two starts too? I can't remember. If you're looking for a sensation without fantastic mistakes on that, we're feeling the sunshine that is real. If there's down over the ostensibly you pick it up everything from this, look at that, and it's like silver boots. Isn't supposed to be a bloke. The time people used to pass in their clothes, something about the unusual sound seems familiar. Something about the unusual spelling sound out to me. This echoes in your mind as a stingray. This simply reminds you of chaos and suffering. You remember the ship, it was a caravel with a dark sail. There was a man dressed in all black. He took you on board several boats on a float, stranger memories of his rather distant. Put away several boats for overwhelming relief and confusion. Okay, study the footprints, how the footprints explore the western plains. Leading north, it's late in the afternoon, now the survivor. Yeah, that's just, we said no one left. Young Professor going west on the western shore, the winds of the merciless. The farmlands in the south are covered by reeds, but I don't touch anybody's environment. I'm just trying to do all the action-based ones, not just looking around. It's dead quiet, you discover an old tool shed near the southern shore. It's the only building left standing. Okay, take the tool shed, find your friend on the phone, okay, take it. Go back north. Take the Take the tool shed, wait, am I just in like an endless loop now? Yes, but then what do I do? Back to southern shore. Take the tool shed, we did. What's happening? Nameless Island. Pressing on the travel to a beach. Oh, it's gonna be one of those like you can't even tell probably. No, it might take forever to actually do it. Do some good. I do like this genre, don't get me wrong, but also kill the beast. Let's see if the beast kills us. Or there's actually a combat system. It seems like, maybe I'm not doing a service to it with my attention span, but I guess improving. But this is kind of how mobile is. That you're not expecting that per se, but you want to just take a quick in and out from the source. Pass the challenge, and I'm not even reading the text. Like, let's just do what we're doing. Study the footprints approach the trap under the sound. Take the hunting knives, always take the weapons first, open the paths, climb the ladder, grab a boat, climb it down, either attack or jump. Yeah, either we win this first encounter or we die, like whatever we're trying to do, I don't even know, find somebody. This one always has better visual feedback, since that other game didn't. Come on, come on. We're kind of speedrunning this a little bit too much. All those games did seem interesting though. So Bomber Friend, this is like the play on Bomberman, I guess. Here we go, don't remember this with the business model yet, but it amazes me how much that one game copied the art style even this looks like that, like, whatever you call it. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Maybe that shouldn't count because it's a tutorial. I mean, are you sure? That should count, actually. Lost in the tutorial, I locked myself in with the thing, but those games were always classic as a kid. The Bomberman series. Like, whatever happened to it? Let me actually look at Bomberman, Super Bomberman R. Like, some of these series just die out or go defunct, kind of like the F-Zero series is always one that I point to that's kind of disappointing that they gave up on that. Like, I'd rather have F-Zero than Mario Kart because I always make fun of the slower speed racing in some of these games. But, Okay, I don't even know what these games are, but what is it? What is it? What the hell is it? What am I looking at? What the fuck game is this? They just keep coming from it. But does that count as a straight up match where we get a certain number of rounds? So it should be that strict of a tournament run that like we can't the movement is kind of awkward here, I thought. I don't get what we're trying to do. Very nice like arcadey style to it though. Alright, we start last life. I don't understand what we're doing. I don't get it. If you do that and then what? Oh god, that's the whole primary base mechanic is... God damn it, man. Permadeath professional, by the way, but I'm not taking this. The whole mechanic is you turn them into snowball and then you have to roll them around to either kill them or kill each other. Okay, Mario Kart might be suited more to the controller. I'm not sure that I actually even would work with it. And it doesn't go in portrait mode either. It doesn't seem right. Is it going to have Princess Peach in the shower scene at the beginning? Like that one game Prince Thomas with it? I think Nintendo account, which I'm very likely just not going to even worry about. I'm not going to do. Okay. I mean, I do have one for the Switch, but I don't even remember what it is. Try before you buy. Okay, these are always good. Either you want every game to be free or you want it to be like this. You know, you don't want to tap the button to do your excavator, like all three towers. Okay. Juice is used for building towers. Okay. XQC's favorite mechanic. Get the juice. When monsters find juice or so, click the end. And you can build towers defend against them. Oh, this is a cool way to show it. Tower defense gamers. But probably that one's further out, but like, the thing let's build right here. What if I want to build it here? I don't care. Not enough juice. We need to get the juice. If you got the rest good that, you know, disobeyed its orders already. What am I supposed to do? Just wait for the expected juice. It just sounds so silly, doesn't it? Tap and hold here to touch the juice. Or as you do that, you... Oh shit. As you do that, you get fucked over by the shell. Not enough juice. I don't get it. I like, see, this is what you mean, like, you want a fast pace, like, just get to the point kind of a game. You don't want to dick around too much. This is, again, very much like a fast game, almost. I don't want to put them this close even in, but I feel like, oh yeah, nice shot, that's gonna blow up my whole thing. It gives you time to rest or whatever, then you can do it again. Help the juice. So as we're doing this, we get to build something else. Right, we have a good setup there, and then we get to do one here that could be, let's say, explosive on, but it didn't even work. What is this one even? Well, you can combine them all into one, right? We can think of what that main basis that I'm surprised they're getting that far. I can't let you get close the way that one game, or the way those stupid memes do it. I can't let you get close. It's like these NBA memes of like, this player had to be stopped, must be stopped. With all these goofy things in there, like green giant. I know it's hard to explain that.
It wouldn't be a fitting mobile finale if it wasn't, didn't crash, and so I'm using a Bluetooth headphone as the mic, basically. But it's the problem is that it, it doesn't seem to really work, right? It was kind of bad audio quality, so let me go ahead and test it and listen to it quickly. Oh, man. It doesn't seem to really work, right? It's kind of bad audio quality, so let me go ahead and test it and listen to it quickly. Okay, it didn't seem too bad there, and I guess it might be because of the fact. Well, first of all, I don't know why it just crashed, right? So it says it has to start an invalid session. That was one of the big nightmares of trying to stream on mobile. It's like trying to get it to work with mobile data, first of all, trying to get it to work with the Streamlabs. Then we ended up using this Prism Live thing, right, which this generally works pretty well. So let's continue that thing, or I actually survived it. I survived like the first wave, right? And so you maybe didn't get to see the very end of it, but this seems kind of cool. I guess you could redo the last wave to show it. But yeah, in fact, you know what? Let's do that just because I got cut off on the screen. But the audio quality seems fine now. Maybe it's because you have to have both of the Bluetooth headphones out at the same time. It's, I don't know what it is, but how do I do that again? Redo last wave. Wait. No, but that doesn't count as bad. That just so I can show you for visual feedback purposes. We got like a little mini boss type enemy in there that allows you to. Do we have this already built? What did I even build on top of this? It just you all. Yeah, there's the little boss guy there. So yeah, there's Bluetooth headphones, audio thing. So he actually held up to it pretty well, and I'm just kind of standing here watching because we get another one too. You don't really even have to do anything, like this will be enough to still take it out. Or like you can't add anything or do anything more to that thing either. You know, at least yesterday that was pretty impressive. That normally other streams don't crash, but we didn't. Okay, that one we at least survived. Let's decide another day. We'll kind of keep doing this, I guess, till the battery's full, which it almost is. And then from there we can segue into using the controller, I guess. Right, so let me think about this for a second. You basically get to the water, that's kind of like the scenario we were just playing at. It's not like I have to do every single one either. Like maybe I'll just do some of the ones that seem iconic or noteworthy or whatever, so let's do Crossy Road, which is a true mobile iconic classic, I guess. I'm trying to figure out the audio on this thing. I don't know exactly how or when or why it works, but it seems really bad sometimes. Like, let me watch my own thing for a second. It doesn't seem like it's either too loud or something. Then I have to watch my ad on my own stream. Yeah, they've started to do these ads on the side and stuff like that. So the solution to this could be like, well, when I'm not using the controller, I don't need to be using the Bluetooth mic, but like a Bluetooth headphone that also has the mic, but it doesn't matter because, you know, you should be able to use it and it shouldn't be a problem. Like, I don't get it. So first of all, let me see the delay, which normally isn't too bad anyway, but the delay and the kind of listen to myself. The delay and the kind of listen to myself. That doesn't sound too bad. That doesn't sound too bad. We get a little echo, but okay, let's do Crossy Road, which is a mobile game classic, I guess, that we've heard about or seen reference to in some way, but not something that I have ever played before. So my first time ever playing Crossy Road, and I could be ruining it by doing it. Well, I mean, it presumably is on mobile, but you just kind of tap to. Okay, tap, swipe, and tap in the direction that you want to go. It's gonna be some kind of Frogger type knockoff. Let's see how long we can go for. Jesus Christ. The realistic life of a chicken here. Or some things are gonna like fall, like that'll collapse into the water or something. Not to get too, or is the camera gonna kill us somehow? Or like it's sort of trying to force us to move that way. No, oh, dude, that tree was gonna get me and I didn't even understand what was happening with it. Okay, it's important not to get too carried away with the movement, like with going too fast. You can always wait, seemingly. There doesn't seem to be a problem there. Or like what, a cop is going to come to arrest me or some shit. The trains just seem so aggressive with the way they come out here. This is our first playthrough Permadeath of Crossy Road. Failed. Right when I'm explaining that it's to see how far we can get on the first try. Right, so I wanted that to be much more impressive and much longer of an experience. Oh, so that means you would play as each one differently like that. This turkey's on the move. Don't forget to carve out time for Thanksgiving. Okay, so in that sense, we could say, okay, that's our first playthrough Permadeath of Crossy Road. Right, and so this is how seriously I'm doing it, but I don't have to do every single thing here, I guess. It's just BitLife, we did do like sort of a first playthrough Permadeath type thing of it. 2K26 Arcade maybe be better with a controller, or I don't know what some of these even are. These are like the ones you always get the ads for, not so much these games themselves, but the ads that look like them, the Pizza Ready and the Mini Mart, that kind of look like that Whiteout survival game tries to look like that and stuff. A lot of survival things. None of these really interest me that much, honestly. And some of these might be too much of a time commit. Rec Room I had played on like the Xbox Series S or whatever that I have. For some reason, when I was trying to test out streaming on there at the beginning, at the end of like 2021, before I kind of as I was coming back, obviously, to doing it. For some reason, I felt like doing that. So it's like a bootleg Roblox almost. So let me pick like one. I should have to pick like one thing per page at least. So we failed that. One of these. Let's do Wordle since I don't really care about anything else. And so it'll be Permadeath Wordle. We'll do it till we lose. It's very hard to figure this out with the audio. It's almost like I have to talk quieter and live up to my channel name because otherwise it seems to mess it up a little bit. But let's see here. Let's just pick random words I don't really have. Oh wow, what a crazy thing. Could be train. Okay, it's not. That would be too obvious. Sometimes they use pretty funky words. Mopey. Okay, we have P somewhere. It could be like traps. But see, you shouldn't waste ones like this. You know, where you do the same one over and over just to guess like that. You should always try to do as many different letters as possible. So you have, let's do peach. I'm kind of picking at random. There's some meta, I'm sure, for how people do this, but no. Looks, okay, all grayed out. You shouldn't use double letters like that either. Um, Let me see what we have here. But yeah, I almost have to talk quieter. There's something about the position of the mics. Like, I don't even know how this works. But when I'm using the controller, I have to use this because it's hard to really get invested in doing one thing here, though. It's just like not. I don't know. Let me see here. Okay, we got N-E-R, I, and E. That almost doesn't make sense. Or no, the E is there, so the E is already in there, so I. I'm not really seeing what would make sense, though. Something I-N-E-R or I something. Huh. Right, minor is actually a pretty good attempt at that. So what other letter would make sense? Like a whiner. like a winner almost, but yeah, not a word. I don't get it. That's always funny in Scrabble when people try to debate whether something's a word or not. Oh, diner probably makes sense, but it's still not. That means the I is, well, duh, I guess. What could start with a what could start with an I? Thinking of every combination, they don't make sense. Wait, I actually don't get it. It starts with an I, blank, and ER, and of all the letters it could be a repeat of a letter we already have, maybe. Right, it's not like that's not possible, but I honestly don't get it. Or that should count against you then if you submit it anyway. It's pretty simple. Like, it would have to be I something, even though that's not a word. Like, we can almost just, okay, show us when it's a word. None of these are words. Like, what's happening? Oh, see, that's where the double letter thing comes in, I was going to say. Or is it going to somehow limit me with, or let's try to not reuse the same thing over and over again. That's a horrible one, even if that did work. Let's do great. So A in the middle is correct. None of the other things are in there. Okay, I'll repeat A letter. For some reason, I feel like doing that. The S is correct, and there's a B somewhere in there. Hmm. Labs. B A something. To try to use as many letters as you can here of like boats almost. Like, it's not boat. This is a bad kind of yes, but because you know the B's are already not there, but could be a moat, but then B has to be in there somewhere. Hmm. It's a little bit tricky, or there should be like some sort of limit of how many I can do in a row, even if I don't, because I shouldn't feel like, oh, I'm trying to rush to the next thing because of permadeath. Because I'm so good that I would never lose. It clearly, it would go on forever otherwise. This is kind of a little tricky. I don't know, I'm just doing things at random, but L is in there. So something must repeat because this isn't making sense. Something repeats because it starts with, let's say, an L. Starts with an L. I did say lab something, but like balls, bowls. ALS would make sense, right? So something UBALS or no, ABS. I have a harder time guessing. It's kind of a tough word. I can't figure it out. because the B is so out of place. Like, okay, it's either the second one or the fourth one, both of which don't seem very comfortable to do. But if it's the second one, the L can't be the first one, so it'd be BALS. Blank BALS. It could be, if L is the first letter, then B can't be the second letter. If B is not the second letter, then what could it be? And this one is really tough. There should almost be a time limit, frankly, if I can't get it. Right, but third letter is an A. It's very, very tough. You know, maybe I just give up. Slabs. Alright, that was kind of tough. Didn't I do an S in there somewhere? I thought I did. Okay, I'll concede my defeat there. Right, we're going through this a little bit speed run pace, but yeah, we're almost charged up, so we'll do this until the controller's up, and then we'll try to do something on there. Okay, so it's almost like I have to talk a little softer to make this work, right? Otherwise it gets overwhelmed. So we're trying to do one game per page of this. Right, either until I hit like a little checkpoint or I die. And if we die, obviously I have to delete it, so let's try Township, which is kind of one of the ones that always comes up when you look up those kind of fake mobile game ads, so let's see if it lives up to that. I'm Ernie, welcome to Township, let me show you around. First, let's plant some weeds. Go ahead and sow the fields. We have to tab it first and do it. Seems a little bit unnecessarily tedious, honestly, this mechanic. While the wheat is going, let's feed our cows. This will be a microtransaction element, like, oh, you have to buy more. Cut the weight, yeah, exactly. This is what it's conditioning you to do already. So I collect the milk. Look how the cows almost roll their eyes at you there. But crop is ready, time to harvest it. This is what sometimes mobile games are all about, is just like, you know, just a bunch of setting things in motion and watching them kind of do their own thing. Right, like just whatever. Red recipe to the box, speed up the making progress. I like how the microtransaction mechanic is baked into everything so much. God control, come in, this is Becky helicopter, pilot over. I deliver orders by helicopter, let's see what we have today. Build townspeople orders to earn coins and experience. Could be a fun mechanic, I mean, what should I call you? That's not really what I would use normally in games, but you know, that's more like a screen name type thing, but I could use one of my in-character RP type names. I'm trying to beat this level for ages, can you help me? Wait, so she came in, but play the minigame to get a reward. I don't get it though, didn't she say she's giving us orders? Build a feed mill. But yeah, see all these timers and stuff, that's one of the insidious... The joke's on you, I don't mind waiting, but in this context where's the part where you get to like move around though and actually collect stuff? Is this another fake mobile game ad experience? Because I thought that's what it's really about. Like you control a character and you get to do that. Free... And the timers are kind of realistic too in a way, maybe like it would really take that long to, you know, it would really take a certain amount of time to grow something. Level needed 4. I'm acting like I can't do it. I feel like I've never played too many survival type games, but the ones I have played I really love. Like Don't Starve is one of my favorite games ever, basically. So, although this doesn't feel quite the same way. Expansion conditions, which we do have, going to take 20 minutes. So now that 20 minutes will go on even if I quit out of the game, right? I guess that's what people really do, is they'll play one of these games and sort of commit to it. Right, and it will be like the one game that they play. Maybe, right? They won't be as sporadic as what I'm doing, but... Go build a feed mill. I thought I had already done that, though, and it was in the process. Yeah, I like all these prompts too, like it'll just auto do everything for you, so what's even the point? Feed is going to waste. Use it now. What feed? Yeah, I mean, the way they would bake the business model into here is just ridiculous. Right, that you would be waiting on timers and things like that. Like, I'd actually have to sit here for 20 minutes to do this. I don't know. Wouldn't you rather just have a fully fledged kind of mechanic like this and just pay for it? Like, okay, pay $4.99 and just do it what you want, but seems interesting, but maybe that's about as much patience for it as I have. We definitely didn't fail anything with that. It's just, you know, some of these were kind of in the same. You know, let's actually try Monopoly Go, since we've seen this so many times referenced everywhere. Let's see how that would actually work and how active it is and how competitive it is, although it may take a while to do that. To get through like an entire game on there. Play with friends, sign in with Apple. Play as guest. Like, with other people though still, or what? That would be the whole appeal of it, really. Is if you can play it with or against random people. Yeah, this seems really popular actually for some reason. I always see references to it somewhere. And that's how you own it all, my fellow tycoon, by eating a hot dog. Let's try it together. I don't want to try it together though, I want to try it with other people. Not I kind of yet needs a tycoon like you. It's big, let's upgrade it. No, that's New York. Turn on money, we can't have that. Buy microtransactions, holy shit. Rolling in dough. Here's the secret to success. Use the Monopoly board to fill your fortune. Keep rounding those spaces until the money comes pouring in. You'll need a token, pick your favorite. Let's do the hats. A fine choice, let's roll the dice. I haven't played Monopoly actually in a long time. This is kind of what mobile games are good for in a way. Maybe you take like an existing franchise like the Pac-Man one and you kind of just make it very simplistic and streamlined, but the millionaires know a shortcut to earning money for less work, more money for less work. Let's start by paying a visit to my pal Rose. Or are you using a real picture? You have to play hardball to get ahead. You didn't think we moguls were for the big money, do you? Use which landmark to knock down and pay. What the hell is this? We're actually destroying her shit. You attacked Rose, and wait, this was never part of Monopoly where you attack people. That was a disgusting act. What do we have here? A shield. There's too many weird mechanics that aren't actually part of the original game, though. Shield blocks attacks on landmarks. I can't believe that. Yeah, we should go to jail for that one. Like, what is happening? I don't know what is going on. They're trying to make this too complicated, but can you not, can you not play it like with random people though? Maybe I should look that up. Monopoly Go random people. Encounter random people and we go through some of the mechanics such as the autofill feature for team events, suggested friends list. Where do we see like suggested? Invite a player who's never played before. Friend joins the game. It feels like that's a real missed opportunity that you should have. Right, the land here, income tax, holy shit. My roll's ready in 56 minutes. Wins. Yeah, I don't get that whole thing because add existing players as friends with friend codes. Enter player's friend request. Right, wouldn't the matchmaking be kind of the whole point of it? I don't get it. Right, that you'd be able to play with random people. Whatever, let's just finish this one. But yeah, a lot of these games will have the mechanic of just making you wait for everything. It seems like they made it too convoluted though. There's too many mechanics going on that aren't. And who are these people? Like Donnie's Bank. Pick doors to steal from them. You got like bro's Instagram profile picture or something. This is really a devious, evil kind of version of the game that I don't remember these mechanics being in the game. Where you're stealing from people, you're breaking their buildings and shit. This is a very deviant version of the game. Maybe those were things that you could do at times, but I don't remember it, or maybe I never played those versions of the game. Or, you know, I've seen ones that are kind of cool, that are like your town-themed ones, like, you know, the town you live in version of Monopoly. Okay, destroy the big Statue of Liberty thing. So in this sense, you could be playing against real people and destroying their shit at least. I don't understand what's going on, honestly, but just so dumb. Or like how they tried to make modern Mario Party like seemingly fair and less toxic by making everybody go on the same car and they all kind of move together, even though that seems like the whole purpose of it. Is that what I can't roll again? Dang heist. I assume these are players, but it almost wouldn't matter because, you know, you wouldn't be able to do anything with that anyway. Out of rolls, let's build it. Or you know what doesn't make sense with the mic is like, the audio is coming from the mic too, so wouldn't that be playing in the, I don't know. Like we don't have the turns to do anything more or what? This isn't exactly how I thought it would be. I thought it would just be like a quick matchmaking thing. You, I thought it would just be quick go and do a matchmaking. There's too many convoluted mechanics here that, let's put them all on the board. This is all just a tutorial. Maybe it will let me do that after, but I don't like this as the overall mechanic. But yeah, was there ever like a competitive esports, like competitive world championship scene for a game like Monopoly? There probably was. Even as weird as that seems. This one also doesn't have a landscape mode capability. But they're giving me extra rolls for now just to fuck around. Okay, I don't mean to seem too low attention span here, but let's just look at how Rec Room would be, even though this does work in landscape mode. We can do kind of permanent mini games within this, like each mini game would be permanent rather than the game itself overall. I guess I must have had an account, but I don't really care too much about all that, but do this like Roblox Lite or some similar kind of design where they should come up with more inspired names than just that, but oh yes, of course. And it probably isn't even me. I don't know, where's an RP name when I need it? Like the Terra Liction. Or that would be like, if it lets you do this. The space. Right from my... Oh, is it going to show this on my screen? Some things will block out what it is, but... Let's see if it actually shows when I'm typing. As I'm streaming. Oh, maybe not. Right, some things don't actually show it. I can't tell, actually. This music is really nice. I see like the password thing disappear, but I don't see the letters type in there. That somebody could hack my thing. What you would do with it, I don't know, and it's not really even tied to anything of mine that should make it relevant, but... 13 to have a junior account. Skip orientation, yeah, I'm an expert on this game. I was playing it when I was playing Destiny and whatever on Xbox when I was trying to do that. Do the, whatever, my return to streaming, I was trying to do like that.
Welcome to Rec Room. For your first day, we have a quick orientation to show you what Rec Room is all about. And give you a chance to get the hang of the controls.
I thought I said skip it. R to look at yourself in the mirror. Touch and drag to
the... In Rec Room, you have free control of your hands. You can wave to others and even dance. Care to give it a go?
Is that to jump? Pinch
we have
the screen.
A special gift to commemorate your first day in Rec Room.
Yeah, I feel like this game maybe isn't super well known, but or like as popular, obviously, as some of these other ones.
Watch. Think of your watch as a magic portal to all things Rec Room.
It's maybe a little more curated.
So what are you waiting for? Let's go check one out.
Head your destination from the watch or via the door. Okay. This maybe feels pretty fitting on mobile, even though it, it wouldn't matter. You can do it on PC or whatever you want. But one thing I've never done in games like this is like make my own little mini game, which I almost should do, but it'd be almost too much effort and just too much of a headache. Pardon our dust, or like I love the Entropia universe. I'll start my own club in that and make money in real life. But yeah, like, I don't know how the mic works in terms of this, where like you might get you'll be like voice chatting with people in the game or something like that. Oh, like that, okay. Which I don't want to do necessarily. Fuck. So basically, we would find some mini games that we could do, and I would kind of have like a fixed setup of things I would do, like I'll do this one until I lose, and then I'll do this one until I lose, and I would try that like every session. Right, this was like right when I first came back, and when I was doing again, I was using my Xbox and trying to do it like that. Or that was when I wasn't even using the capture card. I was streaming directly from the Xbox and seeing how shitty it actually would be. Which, surprisingly, would be shittier than probably what we're doing even right now on a phone, on Wi-Fi and stuff. Some of the interactability is kind of cool, but I don't understand really what I'm trying to do. They probably have a lot more games and modes than what you would expect here, but Compete. Paintball. Okay, let's try it. And if we lose, then we have to delete the game, or at least this mode we'd have to not, you know, do anymore. Or it's going to be the same thing of, like, you know, microtransaction intensive things that you'll have to buy. You know, like, I don't really see, I don't know, it's tough to justify the appeal of that with the Roblox, because, like, would you really spend money on it, on a particular world, when it's just, like, one thing, and you don't know if you're going to play that one for too long? Like, you know, for me, it'd be like more like I'd just try a bunch of different ones for a little bit, and then I'd never feel tempted to spend money on it. It's like I just try it for a bit, and then do another one, and then do another one, right? Kind of like what I'm doing with these mobile games. I like how that thing moves to wherever you do it, wherever you put your hand. Okay, here we go. This one I'm talking about. You move pretty fast too. But again, this would be something where it almost be more suited to use a controller. She looks like way too happy in that fucking.
Game on. Capture the flag.
Why'd you take away my weapon though? I don't even know what this is now, but the movement's gonna be what really messing me up. Oh, should we get a riot shield? This is like the class, the RPG class that I was talking about. Then, oh, there should be shooter RPG class where you, you know, get like a riot shield to play defensively with.
Red flag taken.
Okay, that's good. I don't know if I was really responsible for that or what. Oh, that's the same thing he was using anyway, though. I swear that movement, sometimes you get kind of stuck.
Blue team scores.
Or you don't want to announce your presence like that. Oh, that's all you have to do? I don't know what that even is. This thing is a little bit awkward and unwieldy to use, actually. I don't know, honestly, I wanted this to be the epic finale episode, but I'm not really feeling it too strongly right now. Like, I think mainly it's the microphone thing that messes it up. It just isn't very good quality. But you're forced to use it because especially when I'm using the controller. Ow, I didn't even see who hit me. Hit my cozy butterfly. And that doesn't necessarily have to count as a death, because you get to, I don't see who's hitting me. If you still win the game, which I don't even know what's going on with the score and stuff. Damn it. I mean, that's impressive, but what are we actually trying to do? Red flag taken. I don't know how this mechanic even works. Like obviously you bring the flag back to yours, but I mean, I didn't know where it was or what to do with it. Oh shit. Maybe that was an ally, I don't even know.
Blue team scores.
So how much do we have to score, or how long does this go on for even?
Blue flag taken.
Let's try to defend that at least. I would always do these good routes in Warsong Gulch, classic, what the fuck? But yeah, anytime you lose in one of these, just blame the fucking thing. Blame the controller. Or, I mean the phone control. Jump here. How? That fucking... Okay, what is going on with the objective here, man? I get the cyber rifle, which we do have that mechanic there. I like how simplistic the UI is, like it'll just adjust to whatever you're doing. Right, like that's pretty good about doing that. I do like this better. I don't know where their flag actually is, or I guess I answered my question.
Red flag taken.
It's hard for me to even move though, dude. Well, I mean, like, even normally, not with this, but... What, I can't shoot when I'm doing that, or what? That's stupid, you should still be able to do that. The fuck? You really can't shoot when you have the flag. How dumb is that? It's almost like we're waving the white flag. Little thumbs up emojis. I like how innocent this seems, but...
Dropped.
What do you mean?
Red flag taken.
Not dropped, but I mean... Why didn't it let me score?
Game over. You win.
That's so cute and innocent. Wow, what a fun thing. You got a package. I made the play of the game. I don't know why I just dropped it though. When it is pretty cool. I mean, it's probably no, I want to leave. Well, whatever. We'll just close the whole thing. But so let's continue the format I was doing. This sort of headphone thing sounds kind of bad. So that one we didn't fail it or anything, but this one we had done the baby in yellow. These we don't even have to do because we did this for Halloween. And all those were kind of underwhelming, right? None of the... I was looking at like all the best horror games for Halloween, but none of them were really worth the effort. So should I do Pokemon Go as my final goodbye to mobile gaming, even though I never tried it, or it'd be something that you'd have to try in real life, basically, that you have to go to... Let's just do Subway Surfers, which I've seen this in videos. Most notably, I think I mentioned the ones that are like Brook and Jubal in the morning or something, and they always have this playing in the background. Does that count as a death alert? Okay, I seriously wasn't even playing though, so that shouldn't count. Right, I wasn't even looking. But no, it seems like the arenas and maps are kind of limited, where it just kind of... It was saying to go there though. Or like where they keep... Why wouldn't you always do the hoverboard then? Or it only lasts a certain amount of time? Shouldn't I be able to go faster than this though? But no, it seems like this map just repeats itself over and over and over. It's like one of those brain rot type things that are always just in the background, kind of. Yeah, this one I'm very familiar with, at least the visuals of it. Like, this will be something that they'll be multi-streaming, like, different categories at the same time, and this will be one of the categories that they're doing. But it seems all cute and innocent until you realize you might get hit by a fucking train. And as we actually do, so we're treating these as permanent type experiences, of course. I swear, I'm not even paying attention. Like, I look away for a second. Temple Run, right, is also similar. Let's try some of the iconic, at least 16 years old. What are you talking about? Why would that be necessary? I can guarantee you that people who, this was popular like when I was in middle school or high school, so I can guarantee you that what is happening? How do you just play? I don't get it. People would play this and it'd be like, whatever, it was popular in school basically. So they weren't 16 at that time. This part I don't like as much, but like, let me jump over obstacles and something. It's telling me to do that jump at totally the wrong time, or if I do it early, then it'll mess up. That actually was a nice length of jump. So yeah, let's see how long we can last. World's first permanent clear of Temple Run. But the thing with stuff like this is it can just go on forever, right? Tilt to collect coins. Are you serious, bro? As if you care about coins in the process of doing this, but maybe you kind of do, because that's why you're risking your life in the first place. In this economy, gold would be really worth risking your life for compared to the fucking dollar. You're ready? Good luck. So, I mean... Or wait, it's doing everything on its own. Wait, what happened? It says do that to turn, but I didn't even do it. I guess I blocked out, or it didn't create a failure state. This whole coin mechanic is kind of dumb. Are you serious with my immediate failures in these games? It'd be nice to try to do a challenge out of it and actually try to make a good run, but... So we've done the ace. This is kind of depressing, actually. I don't know, maybe I don't want to let the mobile thing go, and I don't have to, but... I was trying to make kind of a big thing out of it, but I'm just not feeling it. There's just so many things on here, and it's kind of like, it's impossible to reconcile. Right, like you could just do this forever with a million different games, and there's no context or rhyme or reason. It's just random. Like, there's no meaning to it. So Duolingo was supposedly saying that it's allowing you to play against other people in chess. Which, I think I tried to look for that, and it didn't. I couldn't find it, so let me try it again. Duo is glitching. Phone number. This thing is very bad about sending you notifications that real chess. Each player has a 10-minute timer. Okay, let's do it. Play a person. I'm finding the perfect. Oh, here we go. This is what we want. 931 Elo. Do you know who I am, bro? Sis? Do you understand? You don't know that white even gets to move first? Like, dude, if I lose this game, I will delete my entire internet existence. Like, every last trace of me, it'll be as if I never existed on this planet online. You don't even, like, comprehend what we're witnessing here. Okay, so go here. But sometimes I go and cocky like that and then I mess up. But it's a situation where, whatever, like, why is Duolingo so desperate for attention that it's trying to chase clout off of chats? What is it, Alex Botet, who does the same? Right, where she just is doing so many random things now that have nothing to do with anything. And she's triggered me a couple times with, that's not even what I want to do. Because it'll mess up my pawns even if he does do the trade. She does do the trade. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm also very happy with messing up their castle. Right, because now they have to take... So we're already in a good position. Go like this. Try to just unleash the bishop here. This is so weird. Like, why is this a thing? Play against real people in chess in Duolingo. Well, why? Explain to me why. It's impossible. Like, even they couldn't explain. They were letting you try to learn chess on here, which has nothing to do with anything. But it's like, it's just dumb. Like, it's as stupid as chess.com trying to teach you languages. Which I guess could inadvertently happen if you make friends with people who are like from different countries and they're talking trash in chat and you're trying to decipher it or something. But okay, dude, this can get a little bit annoying just from the perspective that you're able to just like I haven't kept the best care of my pawn structure, but even without doing that, it almost doesn't matter because of the simple fact. Okay, this knight is kind of annoying me. My own knight is annoying me. We can double stack the rooks. I guess that would be a legitimate thing to do. That's sometimes the hardest thing with chess is like knowing what to do in the in-between moments, like the filler moves where you're not really doing anything. Because even here, I'm paying no regard to my pawn structure, which is like I don't do very advanced pawn structures, but I try to make them cohesive and easy to figure out and stuff. So we'll do the double stack, and then I will. Again, he's pinned. He could cover it. I don't know what else to do. I don't know how I missed under the, whatever, but no, he is always accurate in chess because it's the king. Like, the king is in charge, so I'm talking about the king controlling the board, even if you control the king in turn. This becomes a little bit annoying because, like, there's not much I can do with respect to the kind of stale position that we've created. Right, there isn't a whole lot that I can do. I didn't say I couldn't draw it, but I mean, I don't know why this is happening. That's really the problem with chess is if you play it disciplined and people don't make obvious mistakes, the majority of games are going to be draws and no fault of anybody. But then people start to say, oh, it's to the credit of the players that they, whatever, that um, that they're so good and so perfect. That's why it's a draw so much. Which is not really true. I mean, it's kind of just how chess works in general. That I don't see an opening anywhere that I can do anything. Or wait, I could have just taken it. Fine. This is actually really annoying because, again, there's nothing I can really do in terms of, right, despite me seeming to be in a good position, there's just nothing I can do. You can do this, I guess, which at least could compel me into a trade of some kind. Right, like I'm just trying to get something to happen. You go here, and then I have a decent light square diagonal, but I can't seem to figure out how to use it here. You go here now. The problem with this is I'm blocking my own rook a little bit in a way that allows me to maybe be a target. And so That is kind of cute, but even though that puts my bishop in a weird spot, I guess I just kind of go away from everything, but it kind of give up the open file to him, and it kind of was unnecessary because I didn't. There was no reason to put myself in that position, basically. Okay, I'm happy with that take, honestly. And the reason why is because I'm always the type to try to fiend for trades anyway, so I don't see why that would be an issue. We just try to simplify everything. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't use these stupid Bluetooth headphones when I don't need to, like, again, when I'm using the controller, I was kind of trying to prepare myself for that. But maybe they were thinking, oh, they're going to get loose and get a queen, but, if it wasn't for the check, then I would have been worried about that, but... So we have the extra piece, which isn't the greatest thing in the world by any stretch of the imagination, but it is, we take an open file. Oh my god. So we take an open file, we have the dark square bishop, which isn't doing much of anything the whole game, basically, but what is that up to? Oh, up to, like, material score, I guess. She keeps looking so exasperated. She just thinks she's Beth Harmon over here, like, fucking... That show is so romanticized with how they show everything. Like how boring the game actually is and everything like that. So what you can do is you can... But it's interesting how many good players I met through playing on chess.com and stuff, or like playing chess in general on stream, that you would sort of feel like, you would meet like actual 2,400 players or IMs or something that may or may not be making fun of you, but rightfully so, because I saw it. They would sometimes try to be helpful or instructive or something. So that Darkster Bishop is in purgatory, like, I don't understand what's happening. I'm playing this very sloppy, like I'm just not in the rhythm or the groove of how I typically play. I was meaning for these to be like 2 days in a row where I do these epic long streams, but I guess today won't be quite as long. Let's go here. So, again, my rook can't do much. This is still looking like it could easily be a draw, which is kind of shocking to think about. Like, I'm up a piece, but I just don't know how to do stuff like this. I guess I'll just take any of the one pawn sitting here. The thing is, if you trade this, it should be beneficial to me, but it actually might be a trick. And no, but if you think about it, his king can't really go around like that. His king can't go around the right side because my pawn will block it, can't go around that side. It's still tricky, and I almost shouldn't do that, but again, look how hard it can still be, even if you're up a piece. Right, to actually convert this, even if you're a better player, even if you're up a piece, like, it's easy to get discouraged like that. So the problem that can happen is that, unfortunately, okay, I would take, they would take, then I can't protect that, so I guess I'll let them take, and then if they... This bishop is in such an annoying spot, though. Like it still has a recipe for disaster because even if I let them take, then the king comes in, goes there, and then he's going to be on the way to promoting. So that's crazy that you could even create a position like this. Like I don't understand. I guess I could bring my king in to try to counter that. That might be the only, because my dark square bishop is in such a bad spot that there's really nothing that you can do. They might actually have a winning line here, which is just mind blowing. They take the rook, I take with the pawn, then they move the king up, then I cover. Then they go through and attack the other pawn on the other side. Well, the more time you give me to move over my shit, the better off I'll be. So maybe you missed the chance to win, even though I was putting my whole internet life on the line. But if they trade now, it shouldn't be so bad. But the fact that they can take that one there is kind of crazy. The like you would think I should win if I get the trade, but I don't understand what's happening with this position at all. Like, this is what's wrong with chess. Like these annoying ass positions happen so much that this is really what it comes down to. You could be up a piece, you can be up material, seemingly in a good position, but do they really have something here? I mean, I would almost have to sack something. I could sack my bishop there eventually, I guess. I'll have to. I don't understand what's happening, but because like it's impossible to actually do that. So he'll come down there, and then I'll take. He'll take. I just don't understand that. Or no, I guess now I can do it because well, it might seem good, but then my king isn't close enough to take out that other pawn anyway. So now I could cover this pawn, but then if I do that, then right, I cover the pawn, but then he can push this other one. So she can push this other one. Like I don't understand how this works, man. So what can happen is if I go here, then I can't possibly take that other pawn. That's the problem. So what if I let him take? Let him take, and I'll probably lose, but whatever. I don't care. Even though I was so confident. Um, but no, I mean I should be able to almost sack the piece forward at this point. That would allow me to. This seems like a bad move too, but whatever, dude. So they'll end up moving the king, or they can take the other one too, which just is nonsensical actually. I don't know what I'm doing. I get so bored and burnt out in these games because, but no, he could have taken that other one. He's going to open the space for this one to move, which normally that wouldn't be a problem. The reason, oh, I just fucked myself. The reason why that would be a problem is because of the simple fact that the other side and the king would be an issue. But now we should be secure because we can promote and then, yeah, I mean, if you like end games, then that's really impressive to me. But he can just be so boring, stale, repetitive, especially with the whole, my king comes in to save the day. That's the beauty of it because that other pawn is gone, so now we don't have to worry about it. And my other pawn is too far. My other pawn is too far extended for him to even do anything. I can't stop saying him. He's trying to open up the other pawn, but it's basically just over. you try to take there, which is kind of nonsensical because we go here, and then again they're low on time. But it took a game that should have been pretty easy and made it a nightmare because I don't know, this whole end game and nonsense that just happens. Or you're almost in danger of a stalemate, which wouldn't even bother me anyway. But yeah, I'm really trying to farm chess elo on Duolingo. That's what it's come to, because of some of my other formats that are just whatever, like every other site that I failed on, some permanent challenge or something or other. Or I often probably do miss mates because I never try to even look for them. Right, it's just like you can do whatever you want and get away with it, so then we can just go the king. I don't know if you can pre-move actually on here, but it's not something probably that a lot of people are going to want to do. Go here, go here, go here. That made it seem a lot more difficult than what it should actually be. Checkmate continues. Steamroller, you absolutely flattened them. I didn't actually, though. I mean, it was pretty close. What do you mean? Oh, there's township. It should have some tracker for that that adds that. Did you actually get to move around like this? Because it didn't seem like it was letting me do that. It did have that scythe as a mechanic, I guess, but no, it's a situation where a streak is born. I practice every day to build a new habit, and the only reason why this would be fun is then because you get to show off your ego for ego against other people, assuming they are real people. We're in the age of AI, where it's going to make it seem like it's a person with all their flaws and stuff, but that is mind-boggling. That whatever. So before we use the controller now, we're going to do 2 more pages of this, one here and one there. Whatever, 1 game on each page, and then we're going to do the controller, and then we're done. I might not do this as long as I originally intended, but that's fine. Let's pick something. Whiteout Survival obviously scammed us. Energy Blast. Disney Match, Souls, Orna, Grim Soul. Like, what's something that seems actually interesting or different or? Oh yeah, let's just do this. Okay, we'll do a permanent breakout. Okay. I always forget what the name of the genre is, but it's like breakout games, I guess. Right? Aim, release, and shoot. Okay. What the fuck just happened? Awesome. I can't play level 2. Oh, no, this isn't even what I was intending for it to be. I thought it would be like a more active type experience. Oh, I'm gonna end up running out of shit here. Or you can use all these other effects or other weird stuff, but really, I'm thinking about the one like where you have the platform at the bottom and you move it back and forth, and it's like, you're kind of bouncing the ball back and forth and stopping it from going under. Okay, that's kind of cool. 10 out of 10. Didn't die in the first 10 seconds, so that actually kind of baited me, though. That's still not the. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Right, where it's like, okay, free, play 10 levels. This might actually be the exact same game, too, that I'm talking about. So how do you start? Oh shit, I already died. Or we have the 9 lives, I guess, so. Yeah, this, I like this. I like this genre, but it doesn't mean I'm good at it. What the fuck? Okay. It's hard for me to take stuff seriously on here. That's why it's good, because you can afford to lose some of them. Oh my god. I'll blame the mobile touchscreen controller, but... Oh my god. Why is it so hard to keep it in? Like, what? Because my big ass thumb is blocking the actual thing that I'm using. Like, what is this, man? Like, I know where it is, I just can't get it sometimes. Oh. Oh my god, this last one's gonna troll me. And that was fast. Beat a level on the fastest setting, okay. What was that? What was that troll cheese placement? Actual illegal placement. Or it's always hard when it's that close to you like that. Yeah, this is something I definitely remember playing as a kid. I don't know if it was exactly the same one, but... Oh, fuck me. Okay. So last page. I'm kind of speed running through these again. There's a lot of things I didn't try and whatever, but we did Polytopia because that allows me to, we were doing like the Permadeath tribes. I just feel like there's something missing with this experience. Like I was trying to do something that would be multiplayer. Like, is this multiplayer? Kind of quick one-off multiplayer things, but they don't. A lot of things don't have multiplayer, or they're kind of buried in the microtransaction business model mechanic. Like that kind of ruins it. Or they'll bore me with some tutorial. Like, let me just get my ass beat online by somebody with a paddle on a table. I don't want training. Just do it. You can kind of switch sides in a way that's cheating if you flick from one thumb to the other, kind of. Right? That's like physically impossible. Hit the ball after it bounces. There is a bit of a problem where like your finger will cover up the shit that you're doing. Like my finger is where the paddle is. Trainer to serve. Okay, where's my thing? There's some epic clips of of this online. I scored. Wait, how did I score? Oh, because they just missed it overall. Like I just did. I feel like that's something that nobody understands is like the scoring system of. Wait, how do I do it? Like, why is it 40 love and what is all that about? Okay, then you'll get your biggest scores just from them fucking up. Or I was playing tennis with this chick once in real life, and she's like, she's hitting the ball like over my fucking head, like way too high in a way that's not even legal. Like, how do you do that? Like, it has to bounce. I guess you could hit it over your head, but it would have to bounce on the ground, right? He's hitting it up in the sky, and it's like out of bounds. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Or yeah, my best tennis experience ever is whooping Amanda DeSanta in fucking GTA 5. Or even people online, and they're somehow pretty good at that one. For which the mechanic is pretty simple. So what if I do still hit it there? If I hit it there, I give them the benefit of the doubt or something? And it like creates a volley when I didn't need to do that? Wait, opponent scored, really? But how? What is going on? Ready for the world tour. Well, I technically failed my permanent challenge, but is this against like real people or what? Fine, I'll let myself do one of these two, even despite that. First to 5, okay. I don't know why this is so visually difficult for me with, okay, I scored, they tried to do that cheese off the side, but... Opponent scored, okay, that was odd. You see, this is what I mean, like, just quick and to the point, fun gameplay, don't have to beat around the bush or waste time. No crazy tutorial, doesn't need a business model. Jesus Christ. How's he doing so fast sometimes? Where he just knocks this shit in, like... But sometimes he seems like wicked fast that I can't match. And the majority of scores are not coming from actual proper bounces and scores. They're coming just from the, these are so slow. Like, how does he physically do that? Or I guess that wasn't even too, but whatever. Like, how does he go so fast is what I'm wondering. I don't know how to do that mechanic. Okay, victory, so we won't count that we lost against the tutorial thing, but was that actually against another player? That's pretty satisfying. I could get into that. Like, are there actual... I feel like some of the actual official sports games get bogged down by a bunch of BS. So see, like, even 2K that we were just doing. But I assume that was a real player. So again, let's do one last final thing on this page here, which could be Swarm Sim, Dice Folk, Don't Bug Me. Wasn't Frozen Front like on the backbone? Maybe that's why I was doing it. Because it said it worked with a controller. I can't remember why I would have even done that. But no, let's just look at this, whatever it is. Red Nexus Games, Peglin, Running Through the Woods, New Game. Peglin is jack of all trades, access to all arms and relics, flexibility, adaptability, key to its victory, battle rewards, chest rewards, okay. Would you like a boost? I mean, feels like you're cheating almost, but I feel like I should have to earn it, or I don't know how that works, or you'd have to pay for it probably. What is happening? What is this? Pebble. Wait, this is one I was expecting. I don't know what's going on. You're gonna make a turn-based fight where you get to do that. And based on how well you do here, you get damage in at that same ratio. Oh, that was actually pretty bad then. The dagger does very little damage as a regular attack, incredibly strong on a critical hit. You don't think you can hit this turn, discard the dagger, garbage icon. You don't think you can hit. You can discard the dagger. Yeah, that's all you gotta do is get it in the rhythm like that where it flies back and forth. Kind of a, definitely not what I expected as far as a mechanic, but let's let it roll all the way across, nice. Not the greatest, I guess, but yeah, what if we run into a wizard enemy that can use range shit? That'll be all we need then. Wait, this is gonna be impossible though, what the fuck? Yeah, you would need that reset because like you literally don't have enough damage possible here to do the 80. Does that mean if no, they'll still give me a chance, but like if they get to me, I don't automatically lose, but hit the bomb. Ah, fuck. I don't know what that does. 0. Shouldn't that be something really good? It's actually hard, like these things have so much health. Oh, the bomb was there, actually. This is so weird, right? It's cool, but it's not what I was expecting at all. Continue. What? What is this, like a bonus round or something? What is happening? Is it just the bonus spoils kind of thing? Okay, I'm satisfied with that. So yeah, let's just use the controller, do some stuff on there. This will be our epic finale for the mobile iPhone gaming segment that we've done, the little series. Even though I can still do it, but I mean, it shows you even as I'm trying to wrap it up and give it some finality, I can't really concentrate enough to pick one or really commit to one. Really make a series out of one of these. It almost feels like Pokemon Go should be the one that we look at, but just if it ever goes offline or something, it feels like something I should have played or I should know what it is or something about it, but maybe I'll wait. It's such a weird problem to have that I'm using these Bluetooth headset, like the microphone that I'm using or the whatever, almost like an AirPod, right? Wireless Bluetooth headphone, like just because using a headphone directly on here would be awkward to plug in. But because I'm using the controller too, then I also have to use it for that reason because the controller covers the mic. Let's go ahead and continue this Permadeath gauntlet here. And so that was going to be inside the Backbone app where I can choose all the games that are actually on here. I'll skip the ones that are obviously not natively on mobile, and I'll also skip the ones that are going to be for money. I should almost do Diablo Immortal. Let's just go in order and see what we got. Some of these have been pretty fun, but I haven't played at a very high level when it comes to the permadeath aspect here. So we were doing the Ace Racer, which maybe I should almost discontinue that, but I didn't understand what was going on with it. Like, wait, what do you mean download though? I already have it. Oh yeah, it just does that. Don't show me that shower shit at the beginning either, please. If it does the shower scene, I'm gonna close it. To start the game, you'll need. But no, like, what is the point of the game? I don't understand. Ah, why does it always have to do that? Okay, whatever. We at least tried it, so I guess we didn't die in that one. Aces of the Luftwaffe. Wait, some of these we have to buy. And it's a Fire and Ice, 199. Not saying that's even so bad or that you shouldn't do it, but I'm not going to do it for each and every single one of these. Adventure Company. Okay. If it's something that's really noteworthy and on PC and stuff like that too, I wouldn't want to ruin it by playing it on here. Like even Diablo Immortal, like what's the point? But you might think, oh, it's because you're doing it with a controller, so you're not missing out. But technically, even doing it on console would be missing out because you would rather do it with a mouse and a keyboard, like they were originally intended to be played. I feel like a lot of the abilities in games like that have been streamlined and reduced to the point where there'd be a lot more like in old school MMOs, like 5, 6 taskbars, but because they want to almost ingratiate the console, they limit the number of keys that you actually have. Whilst we're finally here, do you really think the legends are true? Which we'll just find out, won't we? Muster up the fighters and explore the area. We have riches to find. This game sounds extremely loud. Bonus, take less than 6 damage while controlling a fighter. of the... What is happening? You have to touch... Some things you have to use the touch screen, some things you can use the controller. So even for these things that... Even for these things that... even for these things that use a controller, it doesn't work for everything, right? There'll be certain things you have to use the touchscreen still for. It's even telling me to use the stick for this other thing, but how does it know that I have a stick? Okay. Why did that have to take an hour to tell me? Bonus, they only take 4 damage, so this is my type of combat system, though. Like, I would never... Well, what happened? I would never die in a game like that, because... What happened? We won't die, but we'll lose to a crash. What happened? New recruits, okay, continue exploring. Go for the bow and attack from afar. Don't forget we have 2 locations to explore, R1. Okay. At least this has some decent gameplay, like, you know, actual mechanics where you get to move around and actually do something. Not like so many of these idle type things that are just brain dead. You have the, okay, I'm kind of hitting at the wrong angle here. Like, how? Okay, I'll consider that a failure, that's fine with me. Sometimes the music is too loud in some of these, even though if you look at the... I'm being very punishing with these because they do feel sort of expendable that way. But no, it's like... Even though, look how low my device volume is turned down, but it still sometimes is a little overpowering compared to my thing. To my mic. Adventures of Mana is a remastered version of Final Fantasy Adventure known as Mystic Quest in Europe. It became the first game in the Mana series. Wait, Mystic Quest was something else though, wasn't it? Which became the first game in the Mana series. Wait, what are you talking about? Mystic... Okay, first of all, I'm not going to do that. I thought Mystic Quest, there was Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, but I thought that was actually considered Final Fantasy. What? Aerofly? Okay, not available. There's so many of these. This is such a troll thing. It's showing you, oh, these are things that work with a controller, but so many of them either don't work on... They require, you know, remote play from a console or PC or something else, or they aren't available in your region. Like, there's so many limitations here. Aether Gazer. Sci-fi action game. In the future, constant war has something livability. Eroded livability, forcing humanity to escape by uploading their consciousness to Gaia, an AI orbiting the Earth. And this will be a long-ass download, apparently. Or whatever, at least a big file size. This is going to be a multiplayer type thing, or what? It might actually not be, I don't know. Age rating unknown, which always maybe could scare me a little bit, because an AI orbiting the Earth. Human consciousness is divided into 10 Sephira zones. That's one thing I find funny about the way that games are written. Like, the storytelling in a game is always in service of the gameplay and the mechanics and the, you know, like that. It sort of has an incentive to it. Kind of like the way that movies are written sometimes with special effects in mind. Like, we got to come up with this excuse to have a fight and this excuse to show off a power and this kind of thing. Where you're going in with an impure incentive, basically, to do that. Where you're going in with that already in mind instead of just telling whatever story, the best story you possibly can or whatever. Global. Is this somehow one of those related to Genshin Impact or some shit? Honkai Star Rail. Updated, good. Oh my god. 20 gigs, oh my god. We get to watch, we get opening cutscene. Concealing crimes that disrupt order. Trampling on principles and duty. Like they're mere tools. In the end, it's all just pointless conflict. But justice always catches up. Time to close this case. My duty is to stop crimes. Actually looks pretty cool, but I mean, again, it's not the sort of thing you would typically play on mobile. And because of the controller, consider wearing a uniform, blindly obeying orders to make you proud. A mere machine learning about rules and duties. Mission authorization. It's not over until criminals are behind bars. It's gonna take an hour just to download the damn thing. Yeah, I still can't tell whether it's meant to be PvP or if it's just like a single player story campaign thing. This voice sounds like almost Nier from Death Note for some reason. A lot of male characters are voiced by female voice actresses, whether it's because they're young or in certain languages. That's the case. Like, yeah, I think Edward Elric in Japanese is voiced by a female. I'm pretty sure. Right? Maybe I'm wrong, but like that's so odd. He's not even that young. I can understand for like like young boys are often voiced by women. Okay, so it's giving me a treacherously long download though to do this, which is fine, but that caused it to crash the other day with that Ace Strider thing. I'm not really too satisfied with this as a finale episode, especially because the mic is so bad. Like, I don't know how to do this with a mic. The iPhone itself microphone is okay, but, and I've done so many of these where it isn't actually that bad, but something about the level that I speak at, or I'm not sure exactly what it is. The, yeah, I'm not too happy with my Permadeath performance in a lot of these things either. I've been pretty bad. Yeah, this is the worst thing you should do, especially when streaming on Wi-Fi of all things. That you should put so much stress and strain on it for downloading something such a big file size while streaming. Yeah, this is meant to be kind of comfortable, but I can't say for sure that it is. Like, it's a little bit awkward, or yeah, I should rank like what's the best mobile games I've played so far. Like that Pac-Man one was kind of inspired and pretty cool. The Pac-Man Battle Royale, and I guess I haven't played like one thing for very long. I just keep hopping around because again, it's such a attention deficit type experience that just keeps on giving. So it's like mobile games aren't really about quality; they're about the number of them, or that they're free or something like that. That they can be sort of quick and to the point and everything like that. And so it allows you to, it allows you to basically, holy shit, like not get super committed or play them for super long. It almost would have like a quality control type issue that there's too many and they're impossible to really regulate, but there's no reason that whatever. So whether it's multiplayer or not, it seems interesting. But it feels like everything has to be multiplayer all the time these days, just because it used to be the opposite, right? Like you would like almost tack on a multiplayer, just like, oh, we have this, normal game, but oh, look, it has this cool multiplayer mechanic too that you can just try with your friends around the couch or something. But the problem is that um, it's the fact that oh my god, man, this takes a lot. Oh my god. Yeah, I might do this episode a different day. I'm too tired, and this is just kind of underwhelming. I can't fucking. Holy shit, man. It's not like it even needs a special finale episode. Like, fuck it, it's just mobile. Like, who gives a shit? Or even the 2K thing was a bit overdone, but at least I felt like that was a pretty good service to the series. Uh, mm, oh my gosh. Your data pack of 5 gigabytes, you need to update. Like, what do you mean, dude? What do you mean? If they are necessary to play, then how come you don't do them in the first place? Like, download it when I go to download it to begin with. Don't make me wait till now and then have to do it. It's like if you leave a big game file downloading overnight and then it's done in the morning, but then you go in and then, oh, now it has to update this, update that. That's the biggest trigger ever. Yeah, maybe it should leave some of these things as optional to download, or at least let you get in and do something while he's doing all this. But alright, that was an annoyingly long download, but whatever. Joystick type is for B because we have the stick with the top, left, bottom, whatever. Type anywhere to enter the game. Global. Okay, global. What? If you do all that, and then I'm gonna be too lazy to. Ugh, I don't want to do the email right now. Though. Are you serious with these games, man? Why do they have to be so demanding? So you make me download all that, and then I don't want to mess with my email and stuff like that right now. Like by the time I eventually find we do play Minecraft, it'll basically be dead and nobody will be playing it anymore. But I hate to like rush into something that's so fresh to me, just because it's old news to everybody else. So, or like again, I'm particular about that in the sense of spoilers, and you might think, how can you have spoilers for Minecraft? But you can't, you can because of the recipes and like how to make certain things and stuff like that. So either Gazer was the one, right? And then AFL Live 2. What is this again? AFL. What is AFL? American Football League, maybe. So many of these end up just baiting me, not available in your region. Then why are you showing it?
The war that was
Why would you
promised,
not show it?
lost to
The
the
image
ages.
mobile. What does this have? Oh, it's because of that. Okay, only on PS. So many things that beta sent, so this one we need an account for. So let's do this. the AFL that I was questioning, which of course we can't do, which is ridiculous. Afterburner climax, after image. This one does have the
war
mobile
that was
actual built in.
promised.
Okay, like so many restrictions. Okay, then we have to buy it. After party, I think I remember playing in some way. Yeah, this is some weird thing that it was written with some weird sense of humor that was kind of interesting, but basically the reality is that the majority of these are not going to even be on here.
For generations.
I don't know how that one works either, the one where you have to subscribe to this. Aim Lab is the pro player's preferred aim. Yes, of course, I'm a pro player, by the way. Just so you can practice your aim, but it kind of varies so much from game to game and weapon to weapon that it's very hard to even benefit from that. Right, where you're able to, yeah, even if it was your preferred, or I almost remember doing this somehow, but that must have been something else. Or it was like a similar purpose, but made with Unity, like this isn't everything these days. Aim Lab Mobile, specifically. But then you're also doing it with either a touchscreen or a controller, which is not necessarily how it works normally. Checking for device capabilities. Personal training environment that helps you improve core FPS skills that you can track, react, and shoot like a pro. It does have the great. These spheres are what we call targets. Hold the target with the crosshair until the health bar is depleted. Fuck, it's so hard with the sensitivity, man. I was having this problem just yesterday, like in GTA 5. I'm trying it on PS5 for a second, and the sensitivity is so bonkers. In ADS, you can switch fire button like a. Holy shit, man, what is that? Hooray, you successfully completed the tutorial. We've analyzed the results, created a custom performance report. Like badges, achievements. Let's start training, so it's the task you want to train. I guess there is no real failure state for this one, but task trains, quick accuracy. That's crazy that you're missing at this range and frequency. It almost feels like it doesn't matter in a way, but like how, man? About 50% accuracy. Also the speed that I'm worried about. Like I don't want it to be too slow. Music is pretty sick too. Yeah, that's gotta be one of the most triggering things is when 2K26 or maybe other 2K games I can't remember. You'll turn off the music because it can be heavily copyright, whatever, protected, but the problem is that um, it'll be copyright protected, and the reason why is because, but it'll still play in certain menus or in certain modes where, you know, task type, flicking, sphere track. I mean, that is kind of cool. I don't know how much value we can really get out of it. Like, at least that's the first one that we beat, that we could beat, or that we could be successful at because there is no actual failure state for it. Helen Wake's American Nightmare, which was like an episode of The Twilight Zone almost. Very, very unique, kind of weird premise. Air Attack 2. So yeah, this wasn't quite the long, exciting session that I was hoping for, but let's maybe call it there or something. It's not that it has to really be the finale, it's just like, I don't know, I'm just too tired to even do it. Okay, so today I'm going to be doing another Absolutist Philosophy episode, and this is either episode 5 or 6, I can't remember actually, I'll have to check back, but I think it's episode 5, because sometimes I'll do like little ones that I don't count as a full episode, where I'll just talk about random stuff, like a mini-sode. I just did one of those, like it's not really a full episode, but whatever. I tend to do these while driving, and I tend to, again, explore concepts and discussions we had in my old debate format, and just other things over the years that I've discussed, and again, falling under the banner of my creation of absolutist philosophy, which is a whole, I'm not going to explain it again, I guess. I explained it pretty well at the beginning of some of the other, actually that mini-sode episode would have it in there. That I explain very well what an absolutist is, but basically, or what specifically absolutist philosophy is. But basically what we're doing is, this episode concerns the idea of the simple fact that you're not in control of what you do, even what you're passionate about, even what you think you want or choose, and even what you couldn't explain anything that you do. And it's similar to the cognitive dissonance of existence itself, right? You couldn't explain, ultimately, like, let me defend Bill O'Reilly's joke, meme-worthy claim of, tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. And in a literal sense, yes, you can explain that because of the moon controlling the tides and this and that, right? You can explain something in a scientific way, like, okay, why does it rain? You can't explain that. But then you can say, well, technically, evaporation, condensation, this and that. Like, yes, but then you go back one step further. You can't explain why those things happen, or, trace it back far enough, and the ultimate question that you can't answer is, why does anything happen? Why does it work that way? Where did it come from? Right? Why does the ultimate origin point work that way? Like, so you can do it an ex post facto justification, like, well, we understand the world reactively, which is impressive through science, don't get me wrong, but that's the one existential question you cannot solve, which doesn't serve to justify the claims of a specific God or anything like that. But all it means is you can't explain the ultimate origin point of anything. So you could do that with any question. I'm looking at a blade of grass on the ground, and from that, this is an expression I always had. I'm looking at a blade of grass on the ground, and in it I can see everything, right? I can see every single thing. I can see the universe. I can see, all those questions, because again, that blade of grass wouldn't be there without all the, all the unknowns, all the billions of years of development, all the things that the world had to go through to get there. So it's like, it might not seem that spectacular, but like that's why. It's not like trying to be, sometimes it's framed in sort of like, oh, you're trying to be somehow philosophical, but that is what philosophy is. You can see it in everything. It's not an outward specific practice, right? Let's kill the false duality of religion being inherent. Like, oh, if you're not religious, you're an atheist. There's no such thing as an atheist. We're all born atheists. But if you're outwardly religious, especially with a specific religion, you can be labeled by that, defined by that, right? Rather than, oh, just by neutrality. How can you be defined by something you don't do, right? As opposed to something you do. It's typical, false duality, because it is the premise that assumes that you must be doing it or you should be doing it, right? So we define you by not doing it. It's kind of similar to a social construct of, like, if everyone does something, then it has no meaning. Then you're just doing it uniformly and mindlessly, kind of like, the enslavement of words like please and thank you to try to reinforce something that otherwise wouldn't be validated on its own. Like, if a process was self-sufficient, then why would you need to do that? Right? Anytime you say or have said to you please or thank you, that shows you a subversive state, because if it was a sound process, it wouldn't need to have that. right? You wouldn't need that layer of some overcompensation. So it's like, you can't let the process speak for itself. You have to make it somehow egotism, appeal to the ego, right, to overcompensate for a subversive state, flawed process. Right, I had a better way to explain that. I feel like but no, like the fact that something like that is necessary. But yeah, religion isn't inherent. It's an outward, active practice, specific practice. And what is inherent? Oh, philosophy or objectivity or being able to think. Thinking is not an outward act. Thinking is not like, oh, look at me, I'm thinking, so therefore I'm struggling to do something because, I have to think about it. Like the stigma of thought is very misleading. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean, you could be thinking about all the things all the time in terms of, trace back to an origin point or like anything. Just, it's the natural result of being alive as a human being with a brain that can think. Right, so you don't need to justify that, or it doesn't need to be treated like an outward active practice or a negative, but somehow it's associated with that. There's all stigmas associated with thought. It's almost like a shoot the messenger fallacy of like, you'll blame the thinker. Like, oh, it's your fault for thinking. Don't think too much. Or, oh, you're crazy for thinking. You're talking to yourself. You're thinking too much. You're writing notes and like... That's the issue. The issue is that you think too much, not that simply thought could be a reflection, an objective and accountable and deep observation, analysis, and reflection of some state in reality that may very well be a flawed process. So it can never be that you're observing something flawed. It must be that, everything is absolute, and anytime anybody thinks or questions it, they're the problem, right? So... But yeah, let's get to, I had like a good moment in the morning, like where I had this very lucid, incredibly, naturally occurring state of this discussion that I'm about to do. And I almost wanted to do this in the morning too, but then I didn't feel like it. But sometimes you get in that zone, like a shower thoughts type thing, and then I did take a shower during that, and then it only exacerbated it. But like, you get in like a flow of something where it's just really, really naturally going. So I hate to do things like scripted in any way, but I did take a few notes then when I was going through that. So that's how I at least decided on the topic and the subject here. So yeah, what you have is a situation to realize that tradition is arbitrary, and so... Let me think how to exactly explain this here. Well, the core idea that I would say is, let's look at tradition, because we're almost in the holidays, like, Thanksgiving and Christmas. So let's deeply analyze something like this, which we often don't do. Can you explain its origin point, right? Like, this is for the average person who would still practice it blindly and still just do it without thinking, and I treat it as though an absolute, right? And it's like this uniform, universal, one-size-fits-all fallacy. Also the fallacy of permission that I talk about, where like even freedom from society can only be done, or freedom from contrivance, can only be done with contrivance's permission and the way that it says you can do it, and the way that contrivance kind of gives you permission to do. So like even the things you do that are like, I'm going on vacation, but you can only go here, only go under this circumstance, or only get time off now. Like, you have the weekend off, so that's already dictated for you. So even if you think, that's a good positive thing that you're choosing to do, you can only choose what's been chosen for you, right? You can only choose from the choices that have been chosen for you already by the kind of contrived structure that you're in. And so what that means is, it's the illusion of choice, and it also creates what I call an imbalance overcompensation, that there's some imbalance that you're kind of forced into, and so you overcompensate for it. And so at that point, certain things are only necessary, or you only think you want them, because of that imbalance that creates that supposed desire. Whereas without that, you might be in a neutral basic state, neutral base state, where you might not require it. So it's like, oh, you want to go drinking after work, right, and put all this poison into your body or something like that. And you might think, oh, that's fun and that's what you want to do. But you might realize if you didn't work, let's say you just don't work and you're a minimalist and you're doing something more free and inherent to your nature, now you might not feel the desire to drink as much or at all, because that's mostly an overcompensation and a reaction to that inhibition and that contrived state in the first place that you're working in and subject to. Right, so it makes it seem like you're doing it almost in defiance or in self-actualization or something, right? Like, oh, look at me, I'm doing this thing that I enjoy. But do you really enjoy it, or is it kind of chosen for you? And is it kind of like a reaction to something too, built into contrivance, like, you know, you wouldn't even want to do it or need to do it if it wasn't for that subversive state in the first place that you're exposed to. So if you were in just a neutral state, now you could do whatever you want, but now you don't feel the need to do a lot of these things because you would be at peace. You wouldn't need to do some extreme thing as if to make up for something else. That's what a lot of things are. So you might think that's a form of freedom, like, oh, I'm going to be free of this contrivance state now. But you're only free when it tells you you can be free. Oh, the weekend, or oh, in this way or that way. Forms of overcompensation. So if we look at tradition, like, okay, Thanksgiving, right? Let's assume, okay, the ordinary person celebrates it and it's very common, and Christmas too. On one hand, they take on the form of the modern society you live in, like, especially Christmas is a good example, that like, oh, it turns into a very commercialized consumerism basis because, that's the society we live in currently. So it really has nothing to do with what it actually is. It's just a pretense for some other, again, commercialism, etc. And then from there you realize, okay, can you explain, it's, again, to the average person who would celebrate this without thinking blindly, can you explain the origin point, let's say, of Thanksgiving? Where did it come from? Okay, some people might be able to do that. And then can you explain, like, why it has to be on this exact day? Can you explain, why it's like an absolute uniform thing that everybody has to do or everybody should do, right? Because it's one of those things, again, when something's just preconceived or established, we place value into it just for that reason alone. It's like, oh, it's been around for a long time, people have been doing it for a certain period of time, so we're just going to mindlessly, blindly accept it. This is the problem with tradition, is it's not credible then, because anything could have been around for a long time. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. You might think, oh, well, how could people be wrong? Or like, it's not even about right or wrong, but it's just like, people have done all kinds of arbitrary things throughout history, like, oh, let's tribute something to the gods to make it rain, or let's do this or that. That doesn't mean it's, validated or, again, one size fits all universal, especially. So again, can you explain the origin point? A lot of people might not know, or they don't really care, or even what they do then in the tradition now doesn't even apply to what it originally was. Like, it would have nothing to do with that. But more to the point, you would realize, oh, the origin point is just arbitrary and subjective, just a bunch of random people doing something random, like that they chose to do. So by that same logic, okay, let me introduce a new holiday. Okay, I'll say December the 4th is this holiday in which we all do everything backwards, and we all, go be at peace with yourself. Nudist colony day, where everybody can walk around society with no clothes on, because to show that we're at peace with each other, with our own bodies and stuff like that. So whatever. But if I was to introduce a holiday, what would you do? You would question it. You would say, oh, why do we have to do that? Or what's so special about that? right? You would question it. You would critically think about it. You would hold it accountable. And that's all good. You should do that. But guess what you should also do that for? Is every other holiday and tradition that you just blindly do without thinking, because, it's been established for a long time. But that's not a criteria or a basis of value to actually rationalize it. Okay, so anything could be around for a long time, right? If people, and by that logic would be the same thing, like, if you just keep doing it blindly, then of course it is going to go on for a long time. But yeah, it's the fallacy of permission that, like, you can celebrate and you can do these things, but you can only do them when society tells you to do them, right? What if every day was a holiday? Or what if no day was a holiday? Or you can choose any day, right? But instead it's this uniform collective mindless mass. So it kind of shows you the artifice of many things in society. Like, if enough people do something, that seems to validate it, but it actually doesn't, or it doesn't make it real or absolute. Because again, we can look, the best way to see it is history, right? You might think, you're like, people try to personalize it or something. You must not, you have some bias here or something. But throughout human history, people have done all kinds of different celebrations and traditions and superstitions and gods and different things. Like, so what credibility do people really have that, in other words, people collectively by their nature could value just about anything? It doesn't have to be a reason why or anything, so you bypass the critical faculty and just blindly accept it, where, again, you couldn't even explain its origin point, or if you did identify the origin point of something like a tradition, you would find it was arbitrary and subjective and just a bunch of random people. So there's no absolute or special meaning that would rationalize it being a universal, uniform, one-size-fits-all kind of situation. And so what you end up realizing is that, again, it's arbitrary, it's subjective, interchangeable, right? And the way that, again, if you were to introduce a new tradition or idea like that, it would be questioned, it would be ridiculed, it would be scrutinized. And so, but those aren't, because again, they're preconceived, they're established, you're indoctrinated into them sort of in youth, so you wouldn't have time to question. By the time you're old enough, you can't question them. So again, you look at it like, it doesn't make it absolute or credible. It doesn't allow you to, really question it. So the problem being, in part, that you have, again, mindless, uniform, one size fits all. So even when you're looking at something like this objectively, people might try to project some intention, right? There's no intention. It's like you're objectively observing something and you say, the origin point was this. And, this is what we know about it. This is why it was done. And this is how long it's being done. So if you objectively observe it, it's not so much that you'll realize it's a bad thing or that you shouldn't do it or that it's invalidated, but it's not absolute. It's not uniform. It's not one size fits all. It doesn't go without saying. It doesn't just... So in that sense, you're not really questioning it with any incentive in mind, but then you would realize, okay, it's nothing but an arbitrary subjective tradition, and so you don't have to do it. That's the difference. And so, again, it's arbitrary because you don't hold it accountable and you kind of just mindlessly do it. And again, a mass of people will mindlessly do it. And so the preconceived basis that allows you to value these things is, the preconceived basis is that, see, this isn't as good as, I swear, in the morning it was like, that was so much more articulate. But like in my head, I just had it going. Everybody, I think, has those moments, right? That's why especially people say, in the shower, which is actually a real effect too. Like, you might think, when you take a shower, that happens. Because like, it's a calm environment, you have nothing to do but to think, it's sort of the stimulation and the whatever, there's something about the environment, but that's a real effect because like even mediums and mystics and psychics and certain people will like sit under a waterfall, right, almost to get that same effect. So there is something about that has a certain positive psychological effect, meditative effect. So what we can explore next is the idea that you need to understand that again, you couldn't explain why you do it, or if you did explain it and observe its origin point, you'd realize it's arbitrary, interchangeable, not absolute, not something that you chose, right? Not something that you would accept it if it was presented to you as a new idea, right? Oh, that'd be a cool idea, but doesn't mean we have to do it, or anybody could present that at any time. It was just blindly, mindlessly accepted because it's preconceived, already established, and then it also is in a position to if somebody wanted to not celebrate it, that would be seen as an outward act practice. Like, oh, look at this one person, they're being a contrarian, that they're not celebrating it. Not the fact that it's outward that you are doing it. It's just taken as a false absolute, false inherent. And then the other thing is, if somebody invented their own religion, then, or not religion, a tradition or holiday, then you'd criticize that too and question that, right? So same thing with the religion, though, too. If you were to introduce your own religion, you would question it. You would critically think about it. But, the ones that are established, you wouldn't do that. So I find that kind of disingenuous because even if, like, people say, oh, this religion is validated because it's so popular, right? Like some of the major ones. But part of the reason why it's popular is because it could have been spread by an empire that forced it onto other people, or at least incidentally exposed it to other people. And so what that means is that could be done with anything then. So if the degree of exposure is defining, then that leaves a lot of holes and limits. And so now you're in a position to again, you'd have trouble explaining tradition, or a lot of the things you do, you just sort of do them blindly, mindlessly, and if you thought about them deeper, you'll realize, well, everything is a process. Everything is a psychological process and structure and tendency. So the reason why it's done is because that's the most effective way to control you and react to the cognitive dissonance that people would feel about a subversive, unqualified structure, contrived state. And so what happens is, well, anyway, the point is you're getting back to, you can't explain its origin point. If you do explain it, it's arbitrary, it's interchangeable, not absolute, right? Nothing to rationalize outwardly insisting and overextending it onto everybody. So, and again, you're defined by non, as I say. One of my expressions is like, you'd be defined by not doing it rather than by doing it. And so what else can we touch on here? You wouldn't vouch for, again, the origin point as absolute. It would reveal itself as equally arbitrary to everything else. Whether, again, you were to introduce your own new tradition or holiday, or whether you were just valuing something different. But So again, on the same note, you can't explain anything that you do. You kind of do many things mindlessly. You choose between the options that are chosen for you. And so the temptation, again, is to attack the observer or some inhibition, and even to vouch for the state and be sort of overcompensated with it. And so this is, again, piggybacking on the tradition aspect, the fact that again, you couldn't explain it, but in a broader sense, let's look at the basis of value in something. So in life, what is your basis of value? And it'll be some reactive things that you say, and it'll be even some hedonistic quality, etc. So if you were to present this objectively, that's what you would see from it. So it's basically that, again, assume, again, everything just is. So the basis of value that we pose could be one of several things. It could be like a functional basis, like, oh, that's the value comes from a need, right, that you didn't choose, like the need to eat, for example. So again, a base of value could come from a need, like, okay, you need to eat, but then that becomes overextended too, that like, oh, now you try to overcompensate for the fact that you didn't choose to have to do that with, oh, food that tastes better, it's more convenient to get, or it's, just more variety or something like that. And then from there, you have the ability to consider that okay, so here's the point. What is a base of value in existence, right? Let's go from a neutral, objective, rational, inherent state. A base of value could come from a need that you don't choose, so you can only react to it. You can react to it by overcompensating. Okay, let's have excess means, like as much food as possible to make up for the fact that we didn't choose to eat. Or let's have the best tasting food to make up for the fact that we didn't choose to eat. Or let's have it be convenient and easier to get, so we don't have to think about and rationalize or struggle to get it, so that we don't question, right, anything there. So like, oh, there's no existential conflict with that, because it's the idea of convenience that, oh, if it's so easy, we make it so easy to react to our non-choice needs, things that we didn't choose, and to, pleasurable enough to overcompensate, or convenient, easy enough to relieve that need that we didn't choose. If we could pop a pill every day or whatever and remove the need to eat, then, we might do that, because there's a certain resentment almost for these things we didn't choose that is shown in the in the priorities of mankind with convenience and technology. So what it shows you is that none of those things that you're doing actually explain anything. So what you're trying to do is remove the desire or the need to ask the question. So it's like, it doesn't actually change anything. All the modern technology is the same process that people would have been doing from the beginning of time, right? Like, you would just, okay, it's more convenient, more options, more flavors, this and that. But arguably in some ways worse, though, because like less natural and more, everything mass-produced suffers in quality for it. My old expression that, it doesn't mean that that's even really that much better. It's just, again, what's prioritized is something can be done on a mass scale instead of something that's actually, the highest quality, which applies to everything. It could be education, could be even life itself, as I criticize the stimuli acme preservation through, where, when you have children, you're kind of losing credibility and either vouching for the state, which means it should be utopian and perfect and you should have nothing to complain about, or it means that you should, you have no right to complain about anything, because then you're choosing to do that, and not only are you choosing to do it, but you're perpetuating the state, the contriving state that you're in by doing it, and so that means you're vouching for it and it must be perfect. So anybody who would complain about or use their kids as an excuse, right, is obviously unfit to have them, because that's missing the whole basis of value here. So again, that would be one example of a basis of value. That would be non-choice reaction. So again, false meaning and means, I call it sometimes. It's not actually inherent or absolute value. It's a zero-sum reaction to non-choice needs that you have. Right, then let's look at two other bases of value, right? One other one could be preconceived notions. So for example, you may think that this one kind of touches close to home, because I can even say this, like, anybody can say it, right? You can personalize it, but what are things that you think you value or that you like, right? Your hobbies, your favorite foods, your favorite things. Are they things that you really genuinely kind of like or are exposed, that you like or you've chosen? Or are they things that you were simply exposed to when you were younger, or results of things that you were exposed to when you were younger? So, you like video games or something, let's say. What are the chances that in the era of human history where video games are being produced, that's one of your hobbies? So are you really choosing that, or is it just, because that's what's available now? Right. Would you have liked them before they existed, or would you like them 100 years from now, maybe, if they're obsolete? Like, so what a coincidence that people in a given era where a certain technology is prominent happen to like that technology. It's a little bit like, you're sort of on rails with it, in the sense of you're just going along with something because you're exposed to it. Or even a better example is in youth, like, when you were young, you had these experiences, whatever they might be, that in turn defined you then, because whether positive or negative, because again, a lot of things that happen when you're young will have long-term effects on you, habits and tendencies and etc. So what I always say is, a person, when they're old enough to think for themselves and think critically, and as you grow up, you should neutralize and equalize what you consider your identity and your preferences and everything like that, because they don't come from a place of self-actualizing, what I call, this term I use a lot, self-actualizing from an inherent base state. So you neutralize and equalize all that influence that you didn't choose, that was either forced on you by some empirical structure, by society, by government, by school, etc., or even just, it could be benevolent, like, just your parents, and even things that aren't necessarily being forced on you, like, okay, you just happen to experience certain things when you're younger, and they might not even be bad things by any standard that you have, but the point is you didn't choose them. So because you didn't choose them, just, again, not even saying they're negative or you should have a bias against them, you should just neutralize it. Okay, it doesn't matter
let's just go back to a neutral state. I have no preferences, no nothing. And now decide, using your own self-defined criteria or standard, that, okay, I'm going to assess everything, and this is what I value, and this is why I value it, not just mindlessly, blindly insisting on, oh, I love this thing, or I've always liked this thing, or this is just how I am. The problem with that is those are results of things that you didn't choose. So the human ego is very exploitable that way. You'll insist upon things that you didn't choose. You'll take pride in them. You'll glorify them. You'll define your identity by them. It's a tough discussion to have, but it's actually quite powerful, because again, everything that you like, or that you think you like, or that has any special value, is like, why do you like that one thing as opposed to anything and everything else, exclusive to all others, right? Oh, it's because you were exposed to it in your youth. That's why. So if you weren't exposed to it in your youth, you wouldn't like it. Or if you were exposed to something else instead in your youth, you would have liked that instead. So you realize, even as you're doing it, how arbitrary it is, that not only did you not choose it, but you're just mindlessly reacting. Instead of, okay, we're getting value from an inherent definition or a standard that we have, that, okay, this is what I value based on this standard, this criteria, and therefore I'm choosing it. And part of the difficulty with that too is experiencing everything. You would have to experience everything in the world to be credible enough to make that decision even, but still, you would rather make the decision for yourself. So again, equalize and neutralize the things that you didn't choose, that you were exposed to or had forced upon you when you were younger, regardless of what they are, even if they seem positive, even if you think that you want to associate that with your identity and say, okay, all these things I didn't choose define me, and I'm going to insist upon them and take pride in them, instead of rejecting that and saying, okay, we're going to neutralize, equalize everything. That influence is what it is. We're going to go back to a neutral, objective, inherent state from there, and now you can self-actualize and decide what you actually like, or what you actually value, or what you actually can use your own standard measure to define and to decide on. So, right, this is one of the key, most intrinsic concepts actually in all my discussions ever. This one is very, very substantial. So what you're saying is that it seems to make people uncomfortable when they... Oh, shit. Okay, it seems to make people uncomfortable when they're aware of the nature of a process. So they would like to think, on purpose, or everything is like, oh, I like this thing. And then if you were to have them observe, well, you only like it because you were exposed to it in your youth, and how arbitrary and interchangeable that is. So if you weren't exposed to it, you wouldn't like it. If you were exposed to something else, you would like that instead. Potentially all of this. So that would make people uncomfortable, or somehow... that's the issue, is that awareness. Not to say, okay, let's, even reject is maybe too strong of a word, but let's neutralize, let's equalize, let's just take whatever influence we had on us when we were too young to even think for ourselves, and let's be neutral and objective, and then decide its value, instead of, again, just blindly going along and reacting and insisting upon it and associating it with your identity and ego, right? It's a very difficult thing for people to overcome that. Because that's how the ego defines the self and the identity. Like, okay, all these things that, oh, you like them, so they must be good, or you must have chosen them, or they define you, even though it's just a result of your environment, happens to be happenstance, interchangeable, arbitrary, and you didn't choose them, and you're in a position to basically realize again that, so let's go back to the base of value, non-choice reaction, false meaning and means, right? Things you didn't choose to need is one base of value. Then this one is the idea of the preconceived notions in youth of, again, I'll give you a direct example, I guess, but it is such a, I don't know, it's such a pervasive thing, because you would say, again, why do you value one thing as opposed to everything or anything else, right? What gives that special value? Is it actually a standard or a criteria, or is it, just the fact that you happen to be exposed to it, so therefore you keep insisting upon that instead of choosing for yourself and using, again, a criteria? So the way that you could look at that is, I'll even give an example, like, why do I like NBA 2K games, or why do I make series out of them and play them? Right, you might think, it's just whatever, it's just a sport, it just exists, maybe you like it. But no, when I was growing up and younger, right, my dad would especially watch sometimes NBA games, or he would have them always playing in the background at least, and stuff like that. And so based on that influence that I didn't choose, right, that would actually be the reason why I would value that in any special form over literally anything and everything else in existence that you could have, right? So anytime you specify something, right, there's no actual standard to it. It's arbitrary, it's interchangeable, but it allows you to realize that. So again, think about that whenever you have your preferences come out, that, you only like that thing because of some influence that you didn't choose, or you were exposed to when you were too young to think for yourself. So now you indignantly insist upon it from an egotism standpoint, instead of realizing, okay, you didn't choose it, so maybe you should think twice and then decide for yourself and consider everything else. And so the final example of this would be also a preconceived basis, but instead of a preconceived basis to do with like that preconceived basis was to do with your childhood and upbringing, things that you kind of take for granted because you were exposed to them then before you could even think to yourself. And so once you are old enough now, you are going to, again, define your identity by that, which is very limiting. But again, the final one is going to be the fact that again, not preconceived notions from youth, but now it's preconceived notions from established structures. So this goes back to tradition. Let's get back actually to the direct topic here. Is the idea that tradition, that you would blindly accept it because either, again, you were exposed to it in your youth, so you just blindly accept it, or the preconceived notion of establishment, like, it's been around for so long, so we don't even think about its origin, and we just take it for granted and just keep doing it. You don't observe or second guess. So what happens is, again, it's arbitrary, interchangeable, could be anything. If something new is introduced, you would critically think about that. So at some point, right, there's an irrational basis there. And so again, the final point being tradition of something, again, being established for a long time, something, having been done for generations or eras or centuries, something that is done sort of uniformly, universally, one size fits all, something that has some false absolute empirical basis, like maybe a religious interpretation and value of it. So what I want you to reflect on with this discussion then is all three of those discussions that we just had, none of them are an inherent form of value, by which I mean, okay, the value would speak for itself and you wouldn't need any emphasis, right? Because all three of them were, again, either your non-choice reaction to the need to eat would be, again, overcompensation or convenience, overcompensation. So you're reacting to and or relieving the need to eat, like needs you didn't choose. Then the second one is the fact that you didn't choose to need to eat, drink, whatever. You also didn't choose to, be indoctrinated in youth, etc. And so that allows me to once again recognize that, there's no clear basis of value here, inherent value that would speak for itself, because so again, to demonstrate that the fact that you would have the non-choice need to eat, etc. You could try to overcompensate, react to it, relieve it partially, but there's like the false negative freedom there, like, oh, because you're not in that state, you would condemn it. And so, you wouldn't have chosen what was exposed to you when you were a child, and so that often has a profound impact, where, you'll do something just through tradition or through something a little basic, and so now the final basis would be, all three of these don't present inherent value. These are secondary things that, value comes from that reactively because of something you didn't choose. So one thing that you didn't choose would be you didn't choose the fact that you didn't choose the simple fact of, preconceived notions and traditions that are accepted blindly, just because they've been established for a long time, but then by that logic, anything could be, and it could be self-fulfilling. On the first day of the earth and mankind, they, let's say, again, I'm saying it kind of stupidly, but, you know, there would be... So again, the third basis of non-value that poses value is going to be again, it's the fact of something being preconceived and established for a long period of time. Okay, so today I'm going to do another episode of my Absolutist Philosophy series, and so this one is going to be about the human ego and how it's used to trick and control you. And so, and of course I have the misfortune of, really with these sessions, something's always wrong. So now this one, it just started raining. It wasn't raining like until 10 minutes ago, right till I'm about to do this, right? But it starts raining heavy, so that might affect the sound quality or whatever, which isn't that good to begin with. But it's a situation where let's explore the human ego. There's a few things that are used to bypass your rational side and sort of, we get into this trick and trap of defining humanity incorrectly, right? And so this is used to control us. So we say, let's look at it objectively. Human beings are animals, and that might be taken with a negative connotation, but it's not. Human beings are animals. That's an objective scientific fact. There's nothing wrong with that. But we want to reject some of the tendencies associated with animals and act like we're something more. But the reality is that we are animals, and then we can still counteract some of those things. But what that tells you is the fact that what separates human beings from animals. This is one of my core kind of tenets of absolutist philosophy from way back, is basically just define, first of all, what makes a human being, right? What makes us different than animals? I won't even say better, but just different. The only real meaningful difference is we have the self-awareness, greater self-awareness and intelligence, right? That's the only difference. That's why we're able to build our technology. That's why we're able to do everything that we do, right? Even building communities and things like that. So, not saying animals don't do that to some degree, but that's really the defining factor. So it's our ability to think, it's our mind, it's self-awareness, it's intelligence, all of those things, right? Capacity for those things is what defines us as human. So it's not emotion, right, which is nothing more than the irrational insistence upon the self. It's not, heart, like even it's a misnomer in a literal sense, right? It's not any of that. Right? Animals have hearts too, literal physical hearts. But what it means is there's this weird like token egoism that goes into it. Like, well, we value something just for the sake of it, and it's hard to explain this actually. Like, it'll be a subversive state that is argued for, that is used to justify some lesser state and say, well, we're doing it in the name of a mass number of people or a collective or something like this, right? So it's okay to live a lesser state. Part of the fallacy built into that is the amalgam theory and village of 100 concept that I talk about, where basically what you're doing is, well, you're overextending it. So you say, oh, we overextend all these parts of society and sacrifice for the collective. And this, so what would be the solution to that then? Right, let's stop having so many kids. And, again, if the world is a village of 100, now you wouldn't need to overextend. So it's a false conflict that you're creating yourself, right? A lot of things are only necessary because of the mass number of people. You could argue, well, they're only possible because of that too, but that's kind of ex post facto justification, right? You wouldn't need so many things or so many, whether it be technology or other things that are used to kind of quell the masses, like, running water. Well, it's quite possible humanity would be just fine without running water like we were in earlier times and this and that. A convenience, even something as basic as that, but a convenience, but it's like, there's plenty of water for people to live on. It's like, it's only because of the number of people that we, electricity, because there's so many people, we need these things in overextension, but there is sort of a basic fallacy because you're self-creating that circumstance. Again, by what I call the stimuli acme preservation, that you vouch for the state if you do that. So that's like a basic absolutist concept here. You don't choose to be born. You don't choose what society, what time period, anything like that, right? So you don't choose that. That's true of anybody. But what you can choose is don't perpetuate the state. Don't preserve the state that you didn't choose through the stimuli acme, meaning having children, unless you vouch for it. So if you have children, you have zero credibility because it's one of two things. Either you're in a utopian perfect state that you vouch for, in which case you can't complain about anything, especially not the kids themselves. I'm struggling to put food on the table for the kids. You can't do that. You chose to have them. You vouch for the state. So you have zero credibility because you're in a perfect utopian state. So there should be nothing from you. Everything should be perfect because you're vouching for the state. If it's not perfect, then you have no credibility either, because then why would you preserve the state that you didn't vouch for? That's the one piece of control that you can always have. That's the clutch of the wrist technique that I won't explain right now because it's a little graphic, but it's the idea. That's your life in your hands. So what would many absolutists do? They could end society so easily without needing to do anything violent or extreme, or they would put it to the test. Like, it must reach a certain state that they vouch for, regardless what standard, what measure. That's up to them. That's up to you. But if they don't vouch for the state, they're not going to preserve it. They're not going to have children. And that's all it would take to end or put pressure on a society. Like, it's just that simple. You don't have to preserve the state. You don't have to vouch for the state. You don't have to do anything extreme. You just don't have to have kids. You don't have to do it. So you're putting your life in your hands. Like, the problem being that you didn't get to choose your own, but you can certainly choose whether you perpetuate it and continue that non-choice reaction on. So, and again, the vouching for the state part is important because you say, what would it take for you to vouch for the state? And a lot of people only distract or overcompensate for it. They don't really address it. But the conflict of contrivance being whatever it might be is that you have some qualms, you have some inhibitions, you have some, existential uncertainty and this and that. So it's very irresponsible and selfish to preserve the stimuli acme by doing that, because again, you neither understand it, nor address it, nor vouch for it, nor do you have a measure defined, nothing. You're just a hedonistic animal who just can't control themselves, right? You're not doing it from a place of self-actualization, like, okay, I vouch for the state, therefore I preserve it with this plan, this. No. It's just as random and arbitrary as how you came to be, right, that you're also doing that. So you perpetuate the process, you have zero credibility, none, because it should be a utopian state that you vouch for, nothing to complain about, should be perfect. Or if you don't, then that's also no credibility because you see, it's a difference of standard. That's the thing. People might interject something here, but the only difference between an absolutist and everybody else would be, they actually have standards. They actually have high standards, or any standard at all that they define. They have a measure that they can define for themselves. This is how I value, how they value something. Whereas ordinary people are just mindless sheep who go along with anything, or they even don't even know what they want. So it's this weird, like, victimization mentality. Like, let's be a little edgy here, I guess. I'm a stimuli acme preserver, and I'm gonna exploit my appearance for favors and money as I'm growing up at a certain age, whatever. And then I'm going to have kids and then complain about it. Oh, look, woe is me, struggle here. How about you don't preserve the stimuli acme? How about you don't appeal to that, right? And then decide what you're going to do. But that's why the stimuli acme is so pervasive that you can't, it's not that you can't escape it, it's just too tempting. It's just too easy. It's just too basic, right? This is the animal side. Something below animals, because even animals don't obsess over it that much. Animals would just do the deed and be done with it, but no, we have to obsess over it and base our whole life around it. But getting back to the ego basis alone, you understand that the ego is used to control you the same way that emotion is, the same way that emotion, ego, even like gratification, even there's something else I would say too. Just things that basically bypass your critical thinking. So emotion is not productive. It's just irrational insistence upon the self. Like something doesn't go your way, so you get mad about it. Even to best achieve that same end of your own self-interest, it would not be productive to be emotional. You could argue it can be a motivating factor, but if you're already sure and decided what your intention or measure of motivation is, you shouldn't need that. It should be, well, okay, let's think about how to best achieve this. It's more like a cry in powerlessness once you're reduced to a subversive state that you didn't choose, that you still accept and defer to anyway, which also kills your credibility. Now you say, okay, you're going to be emotional because it's the only outlet you have in a subversive state, assuming that that's the subversive state you ought to be in, where that shows you that that's the real problem, where there's always an overcompensation for some flawed process. So you don't question the process, you just seek the overcompensation. But the other thing you have to understand is, again, human beings are not defined by heart or soul, or heart, which is just a body part that even animals have, the soul, which doesn't exist, all these other kind of strange things that we try to defer to. None of that is real. What is real is the mind. What is real is our self-awareness. What is real is our intelligence, right? Why can't we face reality? It's because we might not accept then certain unqualified empirical structure, but I would still, again, objectively prefer to see the objective truth rather than deny it, because it shouldn't be necessary to do that. So again, once you realize that, okay, now let's see how the ego is used to control you. The ego is used to control you in the following way: that you seek, it turns everything into gratification. Like, you're proving something. So you do this, right? Let me see. You would basically, in society, right? This is where absolutists would reject the ego, and it's meaningless, because true value would be inherent. There wouldn't be any need for this. So you through the ego, you get value from externality. You rely on value from someone or something else. So, you need the validation of other people, your family, your friends, your spouse, your lover, your society as a whole. You seek that validation, right? Even though it's arbitrary, subjective, collective, not necessarily based on a standard. Because think about it. If you had a standard yourself, that would be self-fulfilling. So it's like, okay, you're going to do something, and that would speak for itself, if it's valuable or not. You don't need that. So it kind of muddies the water. Either it's redundant, in which case they're cheering on something that is productive, but it's productive anyway, or by whichever standard, or if it's not, then they could overcompensate and misguide it. Like, people could cheer on something that isn't necessarily credible, or they could boo down something that is credible. So it's arbitrary, it's subjective. So why would you rely on that? Or even externality takes on a different form, like why people need drugs or substances. The human imagination and mind is quite powerful, that it can do a lot of the things that you would want to do on drugs, or whatever, substances. Anyway, you could do it on your own. You could just act silly and goofy, or let loose, or be in a different state of mind, and meditation, and all these different things. So the fact that you would assume or require or desire external substances for that shows you that you're not really free in your mind, because again, the fact that you're relying on that shows you something. That I had like a very specific analogy with this. Like, you can be free in the mind, or you can always rely on something like, oh, in order to feel this way, I need to use this substance, right, in order to be open-minded or free. Or why couldn't you just be that way anyway? Anyone can, the mind is very free, very objective, very open, right? So you've been so reduced to an indoctrinated state that now you seek something from externality that, like, oh, you need this thing to feel this way or to be a certain way, even though you could be that way anytime or all the time, potentially, because, again, the mind is very open and free that way, that you wouldn't need to limit it. So there'd be... But again, okay, let's get back to the ego thing. I keep getting off track. Basically, it's used to control you in a few different ways, right? So there's ego association, which means you didn't choose to be born, right? You didn't choose your family, your country, your upbringing, where you live, etc. So you create this fallacy with the non-basis of self. In other words, value is nothing more than that which is... There is no basis for value, right, in a standard or some kind of accountable criteria. It's rather just yourself, and anything that is nearest to you is valued for that reason alone. So, for example... family is a good example. You don't have any criteria to it. You didn't choose them, but now you'll value them at a high level, supposedly, because they happen to be, you happen to be around them, happen to be exposed to them, right? And the same thing, again, you'll value your country because you happen to be born there, happen to live there, or you'll value people around you, like, oh, my best friend who happened to be in the same geographical area as me, or my soulmate, the same. So you're not using actual standard or criteria. You're just insisting upon things that you didn't choose and acting like you did, or that you value them, or that they're absolute, even though it's arbitrary, because by the same process you could switch out any of those elements. If you happen to be born in a different family, you would value that one for that reason alone. Or if you happen to live in a different area, oh, your best friend would be from there and your spouse would be from there. That doesn't diminish that you can have those things. Like, not saying that, oh, you shouldn't have a family or shouldn't value the family or shouldn't value people in your immediate area. But this absolute notion is what is questionable, right? I call it the false absolute to specify. So how do you rationalize specifying, for example, yourself to one partner, right, within the stimuli acme? How do people rationalize that when there's so many options out there, whatever? How do you justify limiting it to just one person? And the way that you do that is by posing it as a false absolute. You can't use any criteria like, oh, because they're so good looking, or because funny personality. But if then you'd have to meet all other people on the planet and see if they're equal or greater, right, in those same ways, or it'd be an impossible criteria to make. So you just bypass it and you say, oh, it's just an absolute. And why is it absolute? Oh, because it has to be for us to rationalize this restrictive, subversive state where we specify an inherent process to one person and one person only, because it's easier for society to control that. And so you understand that that's the reason why it's done. And so what would be the rational, objective reality behind that is that there would be no basis to specify it. There would be no basis to limit it there. So again, it's not an argument against anything. It's just rather poking a hole in the argument for it, right? The best argument against something is the flawed argument for it. One of my old logical razors. So basically, you understand in this that, right, no claim or argument is actually being made there. It's more just observing the folly of that. Like this uniform one-size-fits-all thing that you would say, okay, you're going to absolutely specify it to one person. So anytime an absolute like that is posed, it's invalid. There is no actual basis for that. You could not explain it. You would have to appeal to some, again, ego that, oh, but I just love them so much. But, okay, define that, hold it accountable, give us a reason why that couldn't apply to somebody else, right? And so you can't do it. So to kind of gratify your ego and control you through that, you have to say, oh, no, it's an absolute, a non-accountable, false absolute, undefined, just, it is absolute because it has to be. And so the functional basis could be a way you could argue for it, but this wouldn't be still absolute. Or this is what would take a hit to the ego, right? You would say it's a functional basis. The reason why you're sacrificing potentially being with anybody, everybody else, and limiting yourself to one person is because you want it, because it's, love and it's meant to be, and they're your soulmate, right? This is the propaganda that plays to the ego that's able to exploit you and control you. But the reality would be, okay, let's make a functional argument because it's easier for society to control, and because it creates a family system, and they can be functional and all this. If that was the reason that was stated and acknowledged, people would have a lot harder time with it, because then people don't like to think they're being controlled. They'd rather feel, oh no, it's a soulmate, it's love, it's meant to be, instead of, oh no, it's a subversive state that we're kind of pressured into because it's easier to be controlled that way, and functional family system basis. So that is the interesting difference, right? It's easier to control people through their ego and say, same thing like with God or something. Oh, it's, God's will and it's above and it's meant to be. No, it's some arbitrary subjective person, kings and government and this and that, who want to control you. It was easier to make you feel gratified, like, oh no, you're not, a person wouldn't commit a crime not because they're afraid of going to jail, even though that's an important underlying dynamic. They would not commit a crime because they're a good person and, oh, they get this gratification from it. Or, it's almost like a euphemism to what the reality is. You try to turn it into something else that, again, appeals to the ego. You can't just state out what it is. You have to pretend it's something else or something more. Right, like, oh, you'll go to heaven, or, oh, you'll just something above. So basically, you're, okay, let's go back to the thing again. I have like a million different ways to describe this concept, so it's kind of hard for me to pick which the best ones are. Like, so again, getting back to the point, through gratification. So let's look at it through a functional lens, like, okay, hard work, right? This is one of the best ones. So absolutists would view, functionalism as a zero-sum process, right? You're doing something like work or whatever, labor, to achieve a zero-sum end. Like, okay, you're doing it for this goal, for this result, right? So that would speak for itself. So there would be no ego or emphasis on it. You would just try to do it as efficiently as possible, just try to get it over with. Either do as little as possible, so don't require much, like almost be a minimalist, so you don't require to work much because you don't require much from that. Or, so there would be no ego in that. It's like, okay, you don't require much, so you don't do much. Or you see it, again, it's a zero-sum process, so you do it as efficiently, as quickly as possible. And you, if it's worth doing, then do it all the way. Otherwise, if not, then don't. And so you would do it either for the excess most amount of means that you can get out of it, or, again, you would just do it to get it over with, do it as quickly as possible, do it as efficiently as possible. So in both of those scenarios, there is no ego. It's just a zero-sum process, right? And even there's a reversal where you say, oh, this person makes six figures and this and that, and they're so egotistical because of it. But it doesn't make sense, because think about it. What that could be framed as, oh, that person's greedy then. They require so much. They require so much overcompensation, and they're materialistic and greedy. So it's not gratified that, oh, look how hardworking or how smart or capable, accomplished they are. It's actually, look how greedy and materialistic and superficial and how much overcompensation they need. It's not even that that's a negative. It's like, oh, you require more, you desire more, so therefore you do more to get it. So all it would take to remove that need is, oh, you just don't want all that. So don't think of it as, oh, this person is more accomplished and more successful in this and that. Look at it like, oh, you make less, but maybe you don't require as much, you don't want as much, you don't need as much, right? So this is the point, is like, there's nothing impressive either way. Oh, you make more money than someone else, but maybe that someone else doesn't want more money. Maybe they don't require it. Maybe they don't desire it. Maybe they wouldn't use it, right? So it's a zero-sum process, so it doesn't matter. Or if it did matter, then it'd be an endless cycle. Like, you can never have enough then, so you're a nobody, right? Unless you're the richest person on the planet, and even then it's a zero-sum process. You still would have more to get. You have to be a trillionaire, right? So there's no way to win that from a credibility standpoint. If it's a measure, like it's zero-sum, it's endless, you could never have enough then. It would never be an absolute. So either value it fully or don't value it at all. So there would be no ego and hard work in that sense. Like, oh, you're doing a zero-sum process for a zero-sum end, which is your own zero-sum self-interest. So why would that be gratifying? Like, oh yes, I make 6 figures for myself, and I work hard for myself for the money that I spend on myself. So where's the ego in that? It's zero-sum self-interest. Like, so what? Right? Where is the ego? It's a way to control people. Again, you gratify, like, oh, you feel so good about yourself, you're so proud, you're so whatever. But again, you're doing it for yourself, so, and you're requiring more. So if you just required less, you wouldn't have to work as hard. So then don't complain about it. Or, you know, if it's so stressful, or if it makes you act like a dick to do something, then don't do it. Right, then maybe it's not worth it. Maybe you don't ultimately want it. Or, you know, do something else, do something lesser if it's so stressful. But no, it's like, don't require it, don't desire it. Again, it's a zero-sum process that serves your own self-interest, so there's nothing to be proud of, right? There's nothing to be gratified about. But there's a trick with this, like, that you get, oh no, you're hardworking, or oh, you make more money than other people, but it's a zero-sum process. Countless people make more money than you then still, so, you know, it's meaningless. You could just require less, you could just desire less, you could just be happy with less. So it's not an absolute. You know, it assumes the intent of people that, oh, it's a zero-sum process where people always just want more and more and more, and maybe people think they want more, but you only desire or require it because of the state that you're in, the subversive state where everything's overextended, or you're kind of forced to do it, but it's a zero-sum process. So if you have enough to survive, which could be very, very little relatively, then you could be happy with that. So then what's the problem? Right? It's assuming that you would require that or desire that, but there's no ego in that, because again, it's zero-sum self-interest. So if you were to state it directly, like, oh, look at this job I do, and look at how hard I work for my own zero-sum self-interest, so why is that something to be proud of? If you don't require as much, then don't work as hard, and that's fine. Or if you do, then it's only because you desire more, require more, so it should speak for itself. It shouldn't be like some imbalance that, oh, it's so stressful, and oh, look at me, I'm doing all this. Well then, again, if you're not happy with it, then don't do it, or do something less. Don't require as much, be a minimalist, do something lesser. Right, so that would be the gratification of functionalism. Like, again, it's a zero-sum process, so it's kind of hard to explain that, why that would be gratifying. And it can be an endless sort of trick and struggle that way too. Like, you know, there are certain things that are glorified, like, oh, you grew up poor and you had a tough upbringing and this and that. It's like, that shouldn't be glorified. Not so much that, oh, you overcame it and you dealt with it. I can respect that, but that's even then. But that's not the point. It's like, ideally, you shouldn't have to deal with that, and we should work towards the point where you don't have to deal with that, instead of glorifying it like, well, you know, that's some special thing, like credibility and positive element, that is because, or, you know, you'll glorify struggle and you'll condemn privilege, like, oh, this person had successful parents and now they have an advantage because of that. But isn't that the point? Isn't that a good thing? Like, what else did the parents work for if not that, in part? Like, yeah, they did work for themselves, but didn't they work for their children too, to give them a better life? And so why is that a bad thing, right? Why do we condemn privilege? Ideally, everyone should have the privilege of having good parents, right? So it's a trick. It tricks you into condemning success or privilege, like, oh, that's a bad thing. that your parents work to be successful and that benefits you. It's a bad thing for you to be successful or wealthy or whatever. It's a bad thing. Positive things are a bad thing, and negative things are a good thing. Like, oh, struggling is a good thing, and being poor is good. Oh, look at us overcoming adversity and this and that. Again, I can respect it in a reactive sense. Like, yes, you might not have had a choice. You had to deal with that. I respect it. But don't get tricked into that by saying, oh, so in other words, struggle is good. And so we'll perpetuate it. We'll say, oh, we're going to be poor too, and we're going to make sure our kids are poor too, so that they can struggle with it too and prove something. And then their kids will be poor too, and they'll prove. No, at some point you break the cycle. Okay, you struggled through it. That was unfortunate. Now, because you struggled through it, your children will have to struggle less, and theirs less and less and less. And eventually they won't have to struggle much or at all. And that's the goal. That's the whole point. Instead of also a stimuli acme preserver vouching state where you would say, well, don't have kids then. And that's the greatest trick of the government. We'll give you welfare. We'll give you money if you have kids to pay. Like, that's a little bit bold-faced how they're controlling you, right? The incentive almost to have kids, because you'd get a certain amount of money for each one. But basically, you wouldn't have kids if you were poor. Just don't have kids, because if you're going to use that as an excuse or struggle, right, why would you do it then? Right? Do it in a state that you really vouch for and are proud of and can really attest to. And that's not me saying it by force, like, oh, you're not allowed to have kids then, but then don't use it as an excuse, or don't like, oh, look at me, I'm working so hard to put food on the table for the kids. It's like, well, who told you to have them? But it's a situation where, again, that's one major trick, is, again, of glorification, gratification. Struggle is a good thing, so let's perpetuate it and make sure people struggle forever so we can feel proud about overcoming it. Like, again, I can respect if you had to do that. It's unfortunate but necessary. I get it, right? You didn't choose to be in that situation. You're born into it. I get it. But then your parents also were irresponsible, lacking in credibility, preservers of the stimuli acme, who have zero credibility at all for doing that. But even then, and you would not do the same, you would not perpetuate the state. So that shows you the absolutists would never create that same, an absolutist would never make the same mistake twice, basically, or even once, right? Like, they would learn from that and say, okay, my parents are irresponsible preservers of the stimuli acme, so I'm not going to do the same. I'm not going to preserve it unless I vouch for the state. So you would never have that same problem. But no, you would also realize that, again, struggle is good, because, oh, look how egotistical gratified we feel for overcoming it. And, oh, privilege or success is bad, because somehow, oh, look, they didn't have to do this or that. So you create this dynamic of condemning good things. Again, the end result is, their parents worked their whole life for this in part, right, to do that, to give them a successful start or advantage or whatever. That was part of the whole point, right? People don't just work for themselves. If they have kids, they're doing it for their benefit too. So that's the whole point. So this whole idea that you have, again, let's condemn privilege as if we're jealous or bitter, right, that we didn't have it too, and like create this subversive state, instead of, oh no, let's glorify it and say it's a good thing to have that privilege of having good parents, and that's the whole point. That's what they worked for. That's what we should all do. That's what we all should have had. And it's unfortunate, right, if you don't, but that's what we should work towards and strive towards. So don't be tricked into condemning that and saying, oh no, that's a bad thing that you had good parents and a good circumstance, and it's a good thing that you had a bad circumstance. Oh, that makes me better than you. Oh, that gives me credibility. Oh, look at me, I'm gratified, right, for the struggle. It's like, but let's put an end to the cycle instead of acting again like it's a positive and validating thing, right? That's a good example of this problem. But the other side of the ego is the fact that, everything that's done is to appeal to the ego in the sense that that's how you're controlled. Like, it's sort of hard to explain, but I can pose like a 2-character example, right? In fact, this is a play on my series of short stories from a long time ago, like the 2 kings, but this isn't to do with the 2 kings discussing things and arguing and debating different topics. It's to do with the king and his son. So one of the 2 kings and the son, right? Like the king and the prince, basically. So the prince is like quiet and, you know, doesn't talk, but they're smart and they know a lot of things and they do a lot of things, right? And so it's like a thought experiment, basically. So the prince, again, highly capable, highly smart, but they don't talk much, they don't have any ego, right? They reject the ego, they see it as being kind of superfluous and whatever. So the perception could be like, oh, because they're so neutral in that way, it must be that they have nothing to show off, or they must be, you know, somehow lacking. But it's kind of the opposite, that they're so capable they don't feel the need to do that, or they don't extract any ego from it. Again, seeing it as a zero-sum process, there'd be no need. They want that to speak for itself, and they don't want to get muddied by the ego. So they just want the actions to speak for itself. They don't extract any ego from it. Or again, they could be so above it that they don't need to seek that. They just let actions speak for themselves. And so that person would be more dismissed or condemned in society despite having that ability still. Like, you can put this to the test, right? If you don't talk as much, right, you're more quiet and neutral and you're not trying to insist upon yourself, you're trying to reject the ego, you won't be respected as much, even if you're more or equally capable, because again, that's where it comes from. You have to appeal to the ego of others, and you have to, you know, insist upon yourself, outwardly insist, and people are reactive and initial minded. Whereas again, the king would be loud and obnoxious and like insist upon themselves, and they're always taking credit, like that Master Chef or Kitchen Nightmares one. Hello, my name's Nino, right? Nino is the king, and the chefs who are actually cooking and doing all the work are this prince. Like, they're too busy doing the work and actually doing what needs to be done to take credit for it or insist upon the ego, or they consider that trivial. And so, oh, they might seem rude, or oh, they might seem, you know, disinterested or unimpressive, but they're the ones actually doing the work. Whereas, oh, the king is taking all the credit and doing all the talking and sucking up and making deals with the elites and like doing all the stuff that they get credit for on the social level, right? And benefiting from the work of others around them or beneath them. But so, and even if they are capable themselves, it's like, oh, you could be equally capable, but one of them is not taking credit and rejecting the ego and doesn't seek anything from that, and the other one is insisting upon themselves, outwardly insisting, kind of taking credit, pushing their ego, right? So that shows you the dichotomy of what society would value, is that they'll value the loud, taking credit, egotistical, the, you know, social appeal to your ego, like, you know, this other dynamic. So what people value in that sense in society collectively isn't credible. It's not actually based, it might seem to be a pretense, like right, like intelligence is defined by the social element, not by the functional actual element of a standard. So what happens is again, the ego comes back to that it might seem that way, right? Like think about a highly capable, accomplished person, but who's, again, doesn't seek the ego, doesn't speak much, doesn't do any of that. They just kind of let everything speak for itself, and they reject the ego basis by which people are controlled. That would be perceived negatively, because people almost want to be controlled by their ego. They want you to appeal to it, appease it, right, which kind of bypasses their logical side, which is sort of exploitative in a way. So you might not want to do that, but they want you to do that because they're so used to it. And then, of course, preconceived notions come into play. But no, basically, that analogy is pretty fitting, because what you have is, again, the one who's, like, let me pose it in a more dramatic way, right? So the king is stupid and senile and sort of just doesn't really know what they're doing, but because they're in that position, people preconceive. They're older, so age, one of the things that, again, is valued in the stimuli acme in absence of actual value, because it's something initial, superficial, that you would just basically right, like something superficial that would be valued just because, without any real meaning, right? You can be old and stupid, or you can be young and smart. Like, it's nothing tied to it, but right, it's something that's just valued just for the sake of it. But it's a situation where, again, this ego basis would be that, like, you're somehow, right, if you reject that as a basis, it's like somehow you're lacking by it, but you could just have no need of it, no desire. You, again, want value to speak for itself. You could be above it. You could be, again, absolutist, highly efficient. So you're rejecting that, but people want that. And so now it's like, people want to be controlled by that as you appeal to and appease their ego. And so, again, you may see it as exploitative. So, again, let's go back to the king. The king is senile and stupid and doesn't know anything and doesn't do anything. But because of their preconceived position, they're given certain credit just because of that alone. Okay, they're the king and people want to suck up to them, or they preconceive something about it because of the stature alone. And the age is given credit, even though that has there's no merit to age. You just happen to be around for a long time. That doesn't mean anything inherently. But so you're given credit for all these things that don't matter, but on an accountable level, you are not actually given any value at all, or you don't have to have any value at all. And so, right, so all the things that actually matter, intelligence, practice, capability, is all lacking. But all the superficial elements, but they're old, so that must be good. Respect your elders. Or, they're already in this position, stature, so we're going to preconceive something. So you value those things. And again, the social element that's sort of self-fulfilling, because based on that positive preconception, now it'll seem better too. Like, everybody's sucking up to them, or more social like that, because that's how they perceive it. Right, so it gives the illusion like, the king is so socially skilled, but it's only because everybody is so nice to them or open with them because they're the king. So it's the stature of self-fulfilling. If they weren't the king, they, now they wouldn't seem as socially good, because people wouldn't be as open with them that way, right? So it's sort of self-fulfilling. Again, whereas, the prince or this other person, right? People aren't as nice with them because of, again, preconceived notions. And so what happens is, again, that's self-fulfilling. They would treat them differently, and now this is one of those, like, defined by reaction fallacies. Like, you'll treat each side differently and then define them by their reaction to how you're treating them. So you're still the one defining it, but like, you treat somebody positively because of your positive preconceived notions, and then their reaction is more positive. So you give them credit for that. But then you treat someone else negatively because of your negative preconceived notions. Again, they're younger, whatever it might be, appearances, and now they'll react negatively to your negative preconceived notion, but you treat it as a baseline and then define them by it. Like, well, you're the one treating it a certain way. So it's like, you understand that, again, you're imposing that, you're, again, sort of self-fulfilling, and there's no actual standard being used. It's like a dependent overextended pretense, like, again, preconceived notions or something perceptibly to gain, or because of the stature. So again, a lot of it is that self-fulfilling preconceived and reaction, right? You're reacting to how other people treat you, and how other people treat you is based on certain preconceived notions about you. So that's why the initial appearances and stuff like that, stature, age, all these things that are kind of superficial identity type things are supposedly so important, because that's what people will immediately react on, and then everything else is secondary to that. So again, let me pose that analogy once more. Again, the king who's stupid, doesn't know anything, he's dumb, he's not capable, doesn't do anything, is valued because of their stature alone. And then the prince or someone else who is highly capable, highly efficient, but they don't talk much, they don't seek attention for it, they have some negative preconceived notion, whatever, and then again, they reject the ego, they don't care about that, right? But in terms of actually a measurable standard, it would be better. Or even if it's the same, it's like one of them is seeking attention and all of this social element, and the other one isn't. So it shows you what you're controlled by. Like, the people who rule you are not necessarily the most capable, but the social element it turns it into a popularity contest. And that's also something an absolutist wouldn't require or desire. They don't want their own ego to be appealed to. This whole basis is rejected. They don't believe that anything they're doing is necessarily gratifying to the ego. It's just a zero-sum process. So they would just let actions and results speak for themselves. So, a deliberate choice, they're not wanting to play into that. But when it comes to, again, this rule by omission society that I've talked about, that's still what you'll have to deal with, is that people want to be exploited by that. People will exploit one another by that. And so then you're the odd one out for simply not doing that. So again, person A, highly capable, efficient, intelligent, whatever, but because they don't socially reduce it to a lowest common denominator or seek any credit for it or do anything that appeals to preconceived notions or an ego basis, right? Again, either they make that deliberate choice, they don't view it as this could be how, again, absolutist view. They reject the ego basis because everything's a zero-sum process. So there's nothing to be proud of with that. Just let it speak for itself, right? Or they even wouldn't consider it that impressive in the first place. Like, they could do more, they could be more efficient. So by their very high standard, even if it was impressive, that wouldn't be the most impressive version or form of it. And then you also have, again, so person A versus person B, right? And it shows you sort of the examples that society would glorify and follow, is that true value is negative. If you're truly efficient, that's like rude, or that's somehow negative. If you're truly too, direct or honest, that's somehow rude, like it seems sort of blunt, or it seems sort of I don't know, there's a negative association, right? So it's a subversive state, half-mast state, where true value is a negative because it reveals or exposes the needlessness of a contrivance state in the first place, right? An absolutist will invalidate that. So you want something less efficient. Oh, too efficient is negative and bad. Somehow it's rude. Somehow it's rejected. And again, too direct, too honest is somehow negative as well. They want some overcompensation. They want to be fooled or tricked or kind of used to it. And it's kind of like a negative structure where it's a negative structure whereby you're able to have that projection that that's how we're ruled, so we're going to perceive everybody that way, right? Like we assume like someone who's unconditional and doesn't want anything and is just neutral and rejects that exploitative egotism would be perceived that way, like, oh, they must be trying. It's actually the opposite, right? Someone who doesn't want anything will somehow be perceived in a negative way, like, oh, they must want something, they're just not good enough at getting it, right? So like, if you don't, this is like the anti-thought of social contrivance. Like, if you don't say anything, or you're kind of quieter, neutral, non, that'll be taken as inability to achieve that, not that you don't want anything or you're unconditional, right, and neutral. It'll be projected like, oh no, you do still want that same thing that we assume, but you're just not good enough at getting it, right? It's like inability to achieve the false absolute, not that it couldn't be absolute. So again, the neutral is projected as that, and then the incentivized that actually does have that incentive is seen in a positive way, even though it's an overcompensation. Like the only reason why they're doing that, right, why they're more outgoing or placing undue emphasis and this and that, they're only doing it to achieve that end. They have the incentive. So one of them has no incentive but is projected to have it, and they just have the inability to achieve it, not that they just don't have the incentive in the first place. And then the second one is they have the incentive, that's why they place undue emphasis and overcompensate. So it might seem genuine or positive, but it's only done because they have that incentive. So it's interesting because people would be aware of the nature of a process if you're neutral and non and quiet and let it speak for itself. They would assume that, or they would see it then. But they wouldn't see it if you, again, engage in this anti-thought of social contrivance that, you're socially kind of distracting them from the nature of the process, overcompensating for it. So it's the same process. It's the same process. One of them is making you aware of it through neutrality, and the other one is trying to distract you and bypass and overcompensate. So that can be a deliberate choice. Like, you don't want to use that. You want to just let it speak for itself. But people want to be controlled by that, or are so used to it that that's how they perceive everything in the false duality. So again, neutrality or non would be projected as inability to achieve this incentive, not that you don't have the incentive. And again, the overcompensation to achieve that, undue emphasis to achieve that, will be somehow seen as positive, even though it's incentivized. So again, these are many ways that you're controlled by the ego, and so it's a subversive state that isn't based in actual true value, right? And that can be nothing more than ignorance insistence, as I call it. Like, what are you appealing to? You're appealing to something that someone else is familiar with in their own limited experience, and insisting upon that like it's somehow special or important, when really it just is just like anything else, but it's given special undue emphasis because of their experience with it. Once again, going back to the non-base of self. Something is valuable just because you are familiar with it and have experience with it.